welcome to Ascension, episode 19, where we all die. No, I'm just kidding. Hopefully we don't. I don't know if it's going to be a spoopy episode. We still got some weeks before Halloween.
You to make your death happen.
No, we're halfway through a tower. There is zero time for spoof. Like whatever you think is gonna be pithy, like I'm attacking that thing first. You're like, it's an adorable jack-o'-lantern. Rage.
It's like family.
Nope. Oh no, reanimated cog design.
Doppelgangers, all of them.
No.
Yeah, we've heard that one already.
Zombies. Yeah. I'll bless them with a warrior's.
Ooh, I think you're cutting out.
Yeah, you're clipping kind of early.
At the end, yeah, of your sentences.
Me?
Yeah.
I think you gotta wait. You gotta wait a sec before muting yourself because there's like a delay thing with it.
You know, I actually ran into that in a thing that I just shot a couple of days ago. That I was like, like the last word is missing from everything I said. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, that's what was happening just now.
I am pretty quick on the
draw.
Hey,
my mic was crackling earlier, so if we have weird audio stuff, let us know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Well, so far I'm immune to the weird audio, so.
Also, I think me, but I'm not gonna jinx it by saying so. But I already did.
Damn it!
You just did. Cursed by hubris. Yes.
We're all having technical issues. Yay!
I do think it is just
me having an issue.
Yet.
Yeah. Also, you were still scrambling to set things up, so the day is young.
I really wish this is mimosa.
Aww.
Okay.
Mimosa does sound really good. I thought that's what Dave was drinking. He's got OJ, I think.
It is 10 a.m. here, which I'm like, don't get me wrong. I reject the idea of like casual drinking times and all the other lies of the before times. But no, this is just OJ. If it looks a little thin, it's because it's half OJ, half water, because I'm a weenie and we'll get ultra heartburn from just OJ.
Oh,
I think
recently.
I think it's the glass that it's in. Gives me vibes. I like the pinky up.
You like that? You know, that's for you, Maggie. For a lady.
Double pinkies.
Anyway, hi, welcome to Roll for It. You should streams get to go to some lively tabletop RPGs. It's D&D, Ascension. We'll continue on from last week. So we've got a couple of announcements. Then we'll do how you can support the show. And by we, I mean I'm going to make Bentham do it. So really easy announcements. Today's supporter is Miazilla. So Miazilla, thank you very much, and also thank you for all the amazing fan art and stuff you've given us over the months, years, many times.
I'm pretty sure it's years. Yeah,
it's years, definitely years.
At this point, yeah.
Thank you very much. Also coming soon, the 4th floor tower GM notes, if you survive, and perhaps the 5th floor not long after. There you go. So if you
survive that one.
If you survive that one, if you don't just quit halfway through.
No, we won't.
I mean, I guess we could still put up the first half of the 5th floor even if we don't make it all the way.
I mean, why punish the people? Put up the whole thing even if we crap out, because hey, maybe they learn from our example.
Tricky to make, and I'm gonna run out of ideas. I've already got to make like 20 floors worth, so I need to save my ideas.
I have so many ideas.
It's very hard to come up with an idea that is a puzzle that isn't just a, hey, you can't figure it out, now you all just die over time as you suffocate, or like...
Yeah. I do a lot of those in my games too because I love them, and it is definitely, sometimes you make it very obvious and people still don't get it. Like you're like, you have stones that are the shape of the holes, and they still don't put them in the holes, and you're like, what?
It's very hard to predict too. Like I've done a ton of escape rooms, and it's just some people's brains just work a certain way.
Yeah.
Like to one person, it's instant, and to another person, they can stay there the whole day, and it will never happen.
I have literally done a very similar thing before, where I made a puzzle basically the Tower of Hanoi, and 3 people out of the cast were like, how do we do this? This is arcane and complicated. And Bentham was like, I got this.
I'm like, I played Black and White back in the day. That had a actual Tower of Hanoi puzzle. I can do this in seconds.
Yo, shout out to Black and White.
Dude,
wow.
Bentham's mentioned Black and White so many times during
it's one of the best games ever, damn it.
During all of our campaigns. I feel like you've mentioned it almost once.
No, you must have been like 8 years old playing Black and White, though.
I was, yeah. So, maybe I'm biased. Maybe there's a degree of nostalgia, but damn it, it's a good game.
Bentham was actually just a fetus in the womb playing Black and White.
It's true.
I feel like
what it was raised on.
Definitely.
This explains a
molded
lot,
by it.
Bentham.
It was ambitious and did not completely collapse in reaching for that ambition, you know. So, but I will say, if you haven't played it lately, don't go back. I made the mistake of playing GoldenEye again. Do not do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
I feel like the game for me that I always call back to is Dungeon Keeper. That's the one for me. I don't know if anybody else played that, but
I contend that the reason people don't think Black and White is the best is because Peter Molyneux told them it was literally the ultimate creation of mankind.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
I didn't get that. I just found it on a shelf
it's because
secondhand.
Peter Molyneux was involved in any way, and that would have been...
And, because I played it and I'd never even heard of Peter Molyneux, I'm like, this is just the greatest game, because I wasn't sold on something greater. That's my argument.
There was like no PR around it for you, yeah. That makes sense.
Sorry, I'll nerd rage indefinitely about these things. You know,
I was going to say Wacky Racers or the original Lemmings. So.
Oh, Lemmings!
Oh,
I played Lemmings on the Atari. That was great.
Wait. Did any of you get to experience the unique pleasure of Krusty's Super Funhouse?
No.
I've
never heard of that.
It was essentially Lemmings, but it was skinned as a Simpsons game. So instead of Lemmings, it was Krusty's little assistants.
I did play the EverQuest Simpsons skin that they did.
Man, don't even get me started on my horror stories of what it was like back in those EverQuest days. Sorry, we're suffering in a new game right now.
We're doing the pre-after show. The pre-show.
Crafter show?
Yeah, the after show. This is the after show for last week's episode that didn't happen.
There you go.
On with today's show.
And it's free. There you go. Anyway, Bentham, how can people support the channel?
Yes, if you do want to check out the after shows and various other things that we do, then you can support us on Patreon. That is the main way that we are able to fund all the things we do, pay cast, pay for art, and do all sorts of cool extra things where we can. There's a whole bunch of different tiers that give you a whole bunch of different rewards. There's the after shows, as mentioned. You can also get MP3s of all of our shows. You can get character sheets. You can get behind-the-scenes GM notes, like entire tower floors and all that kind of thing. You can submit names for NPCs. You can watch videos where the admins talk about the events of the month and go into sort of like how all the shows are doing and kind of more of a business perspective if you're interested in that kind of thing. And also, if you're crazy, you can support it at the high enough tiers that you get to be in a once monthly game GM'd by a member of the Roll For It cast. This month we got 2 games. We got Maggie GMing. Is it Fear Itself? Was that the one?
We're gonna play a spoopy game. So if you want to play some spoops, do we have any spots up? Or no, because that was from last month, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So everyone who's going to be in it, we already know. But you can always, whenever you sign up to Legend or Deity tier, then the next month is when you get to be in your game, so we know who's going to be in it. And yeah, the other game is, of course, Sheepdog running another Only War game in the Last Ditch universe that will once again affect how things go in that game. There's lots of cool things you can do with the Last Ditch that are related to the Patreon or the Discord or all that kind of thing. So if you want to get involved in that, we talk about that more on Sundays.
Yeah, people had a really hard time this month. They're like, "Why do you make me choose?" I'm like, "We're sorry."
Yeah, because like there's too many people to put them like all in one game. So we have 2 games, but then they're like, "No, I want to do both of these. Why are you like this?" Alas, but yes, you can also support in other ways. Twitch has some of those ways. You can drop us bits; they will appear in the cup. You can fill it or empty it as you please, depending on the kind of bits you throw in there. You can also give us tips; they appear on the screen. Read them out at the end of the show to thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. And of course, you can be a Twitch subscriber, which gives you emotes and badges, and you get to watch the VODs immediately after a show has ended. Whereas normally you would have to wait 24 hours for us to put the videos up onto YouTube. If you prefer YouTube, then you can become a YouTube member, which gives you emotes and badges over there. And being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or Patreon supporter will give you access to our Discord. We can hang out with other fans of the show and us and talk about all the things relevant to the show, or indeed not. We've got an RP room and all that kind of thing as well. If you want to do that, you just talk about games. There's also a wiki. We love it when people will talk in the wiki room about keeping that all up to date.
They've been updating a lot of stuff. Thank you. The scribes of Roll For It.
I always like to see progress happening there. And then just watching the show is awesome as well. Just being here, either on whether you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube, is already super important and appreciated. And we also love it when you talk to us. You use the chat, you use the comments, you tweet at us, you Facebook us, you talk on Reddit and all that kind of thing. We appreciate everything, and we love to hear what you have to say and what you want to see. And bring your friends along too. They can get involved and see what kind of shows they're into, because we try and have a lot of different things available, so that whatever kind of show you like, there's something going that you'll be into. Yeah, that is all the things.
Yay!
Can you just go for like 10 seconds more?
We could talk about a lot of things.
I needed a drink after
I'm
that.
Let me
really
tell you how.
I'm really excited for the Legend tier game, actually. I have plans.
I hate it when she has
B
plans.
plans.
Yes.
It's true.
I've been watching so many like spooky like TV series. I don't know if anybody's watching like the new series, The Haunting of Bly.
Oh, the Haunting of Bly Manor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has anyone seen that?
I have not, but I've seen advertisements for it a lot.
It's great.
Okay. Done.
I have.
Right.
There's a first series too, like so you can watch that first and then watch that if you want more content to watch. Good stuff.
Who would like to recap last episode?
It's been so long ago.
We went into the tower, were attacked by desks, nearly escaped but destroyed them all. Then we made it through a puzzle with surprising alacrity, thanks to Bentham. We very much would have all died there if it had been up to me. Then made our way into the mid-level where we can sit and relax temporarily. We have to finish this tower today because we have an appointment for the next floor tomorrow.
So, you take your short rest. You get back anything, you get a short rest. You've already done that, I think, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Little things.
I mean, the implication is we were doing it then, but yeah.
So,
Yeah.
is there any
Refresh my
conversations you want
HP.
to have over this short rest, or?
I think there was something I wanted to do. We had a thing like an item, right?
We have a red key that we've yet to use, and we did get the sickle, which you said you were going to
Sickle.
share later. The ice sickle.
The
I mean,
ice
we
sickle.
saw it, but the people have not seen it.
Yes, I have it here, and it looks really cool. I'm gonna put
does
it on
look
the
super
battle
cool.
map so you guys can see it. Look how
It
cool
is.
that is,
Literally an icicle.
and it's cool. Ha 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 ha. ha.
Bomb.
That is from the Griffin saddlebag, which is like a thing that they make loads of items. It's really cool.
And
Yeah,
yes,
it's super dope. And I think I
Yeah,
ended
we-
up taking it.
Yeah, it's currently in
Yeah,
your
you did.
possession. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, because it's not finesse, but you can override the property to use
to
it.
use int. That's
Mm-hmm.
why. Because we were all like, "Who's gonna use this?" But it ended up being
Like
me.
statistically, I remember us talking about statistically, it comes out to like one average.
Oh,
More.
Mm-hmm.
you can take the wand to distract it off.
Yeah, I already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Perfect. So, because I think that gives you more necrotic damage.
Yep. And we
Plus one if you're doing necrotic
does.
damage on a
As
spell.
it does.
and we did take our rest because I'm down only 5 hit points now. And we did some meta theory crafting about us getting our hit dice back when we level and things. So yeah, I think we're fairly well rested, and we do have an unused red key. We used a blue key to get into the room. We used the gold key to go with the treasure. So technically, there's a red key still in our possession.
Like there was something else I was gonna do, but I didn't write it down in my notes. So, just have an inkling. If I think about it, I'll think about it.
Yeah.
Okay. In which case, your tower glass is still draining because you finished your rest, which only takes an hour. The tower glass tells you how long you have maximum in the room. It's got about 14 minutes left at this point. You have the door you came through. You've got the door you can exit through. And other than that, you are free to do as you will.
A meta question here. I apologize as I'm still clicking around Roll20. Did I get the ring of coal resistance added where I could get it?
Someone has access to that.
Oh,
I don't
ring
know
of
who
warmth.
put it on.
I see it. Ring of warmth. I got
Yeah.
it. It's there.
Yeah, if you've got it, then yeah, you've got it.
And also,
Yeah, you can totally wear that.
I give everybody a good berry. Just so you know.
one
you know,
good berry.
what are you?
You have fought sufficiently for one good berry.
You know?
Like a gold star.
Banana sticker.
I'll
If
put
you
the
know
good
what that's a
berry in
reference
one of
to.
the flowers. Bloop.
Mhm.
That's the in case of you get like knocked out, feed Goodberry.
Help.
Just smush it in their mouth. You have to make sure it pops properly and they swallow.
Mhm.
The point, yeah, really useful.
See,
Way of
this is
reminding.
EE's
I mean-
ploy to get me so I don't use the key at the end of this tower. He's like, you have another tower. You have to go in right away.
I'll be honest, I straight up haven't even tried to think about that because God knows what's going to happen when you do. Because last time you almost broke the world.
Can't tempt.
The gods probably do know. That's true.
Yeah, yeah, they do.
Can just as an aside, I don't actually know how to equip the Ring of War. So if coal comes up, I'm just, I've got resistance to coal damage, and we'll.
Yeah, you just note it, and every time it comes up, you just say, "I'll try to remember."
And it gives you like, yeah.
Yeah, it's resistance, and it's this is all me being a roll 20 noob, so we're good.
Yep.
Also, I like that comment where it was like, how well does it slice? I love you, chat. I just have to give you a shout out.
That doesn't slice well at all.
If
That
you
thing
watch
is jagged
live,
as
you get
hell.
shout outs. So
It's jagged as hell.
I do not want to be hit with that thing. Like those things will probably
It's
snap off in
horrifying.
you. That's
Yeah.
not fun.
That's how they do cold damage. They snap off and it regrows them.
oh, dude, that's like ice death because it just melts. You don't,
Now I definitely want to misuse that though and use it to put ice in my drinks. Just take a
So
knife
brutal.
and then I
Yep.
just have like a bunch of ice.
Yeah, you can have that.
Like it's
just don't.
magical ice. This is
You just-
probably fine.
You've just got this really powerful magical weapon that you're just using to cool your drinks. Yeah.
We're gonna have a scene with that. I like it. Let's do it.
hashtag weird flex, but I'm for it. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, like you'll probably like
Sell it
get
to
some
a
sort of
bar.
crazy godly sword that's legendary powerful, and you just use it as a stove. And some gods just be like, "Why? Why do they do this?"
Yep.
I need
Yep.
to eat my food.
Yep.
What do you want
Just-
from me?
And I believe this is the conclusion you came to, but don't use the tower destroying key until we're done with floor 5. Yes, at the end of
At the
tomorrow,
God.
we can break everything.
Are
Yep.
you sure? But
Certain.
I want to though.
No, please don't.
Out of character, I won't do it. But in character, I'm letting you know I'm going to have a scene where the temptation is there.
Oh, I know.
Okay, but I'll totally be
What-
talked out of it because out of character, I understand you guys want to get to the next.
Okay, which means Elf,
What-
it's your job to try and talk her back into it.
What was
I don't think Elf even knows what this is.
I have
no?
no idea what you're talking about, but that has never stopped me from convincing someone to do something before. So
There we go.
What was the state of Mecha Pietro? Because he got beat
He's
up
good.
a little, and
He's
he's
good
a good.
now.
Mecha
Did he?
Pietro,
Okay.
you can cast Mending to heal, and Mending's a cantrip, and there's no limit, so you just go cantrip, cantrip, cantrip,
Yeah.
cantrip.
Also,
cantrip,
he does
cantrip,
have
cantrip,
heals.
cantrip,
He has
cantrip.
a repair ability that he can do 3 times a day, which now I know.
Great. Perfect. All right.
Well,
So in the
then I
future,
think-
I will use that.
Mecha Pietro is ridiculous, yeah.
I had a conversation with Beth, and I was like, "Oh my god, he has like a capsule in the construct that he can use to heal himself." And I just,
And repair
Because of
other
the-
things, right?
yeah, he can repair. It says mechanism inside of the defender restores 2d8 plus 2 hit points to itself or to one construct or object within 5 feet of it.
Yeah, does a construct for that purpose?
No, you don't.
Sorry,
you're humanoid.
That would be cool though.
I'm like, upgrade in progress.
Mecha Pietro and Gatton could be bros.
First of all, excuse me, we're already bros. But I very much think of that him healing himself as like the Gen 1 StarCraft, and with the injection, yeah. But it's Pietro. Yeah.
I was just imagining it's like the scales are individual tiles, and they just flip over from the damaged side to the undamaged side. It's just different colors.
You know what's really
You can
funny
tell how
is
damaged
I
he's
never
seen by the color.
expected Pietro to be like this character that was going to be with us forever. I even talked to EO, like the plan was that I was just going to have this little guy and then
And then
heal
I would
him.
murder him.
And it was going to be kind of like a big deal for me for like healing for the first time, right? Like that's how, and then I would let him go for free. And then I would go find other little creatures along the way. Like that was my plan, but y'all just fell in love with him. So now he's like, he's family. He has
He
his
has a
own
giant
suit.
robot body.
Pietro dies, we riot. Yep. Can we tell what color the door out of this room is?
It's a single door, so they typically aren't colored, so there's no choice, so it doesn't safe. It's just a plain stone grey door with the carvings and so on associated with the Raven Queen on it. That legal color.
Everyone okay? Are we ready to go?
Yep. Just definitely, totally fine. Good.
I've checked my ring. Is Miri actually fine?
Yes, she like 13 out of 14.
Okay.
But I mean,
Totally fine.
14, am I right? So
I would be on death's door at 14 hit points.
I'll be honest, there are things in here that might be able to instant kill you if
that would
I
be
roll
amazing.
max.
That
What
would
do
be
you mean
amazing.
might? Like the mimic
tw-
hit me for 15 out of his first swing.
I mean,
already
double hit
But
point kill.
if you hit me for 28, I would just
Yeah.
die.
Yeah.
I got
Oh,
an
no.
H8 like I rolled an 8 or I got a 7+1 for my my roll. If I would not have gotten that, I would be in a very similar boat to you because I had 12 HP left.
I'm just a poor wizard and our hit die
We're
are
little
low.
gnomies.
Stay behind me, please.
And I
I remember from the last time I'm gonna do that, but you know.
Yeah, what we
You
have
know,
is
like
Gatten and then
homies for
immediately,
nomies.
Miri, and then immediately Perrin, and we just sandwich them together. So there's as little way to attack you as possible.
I will say, Mary would have seen when the thing leapt to life, he ran to
Oh, of
save you,
course.
even as one was attacking
yeah.
him. That is true.
I mean, she was a little busy, like dealing with it herself, but also, you know, yeah.
It laughing and stuff and getting knocked over.
She
yeah.
recognizes that you definitely helped a lot.
Okay.
At least wanted to, but
Here we go.
So, do you open the door?
Yeah.
and look at everybody and just kind of nod, and then I'll open it.
Okay, what is your marching order?
Am I on your shoulder? Or
If you'd like to be.
okay.
Well, normally, historically, you haven't been on my shoulder when we go through. On the off chance, like open the door, fireball. You know.
Okay. That's
so
fine.
it's up to you.
Or like
yeah.
dex saves, because if you're on your shoulder, that will be bad for your dex saves and so
Yeah,
on. Like,
that's not great.
Yeah, I'm just good at like seeing stuff, I guess. Yeah, I'll follow behind and Mecha
then
Pietro
me,
next
and
to
then-
me, I guess, or like.
okay. And then Miri, and then
Is it-
Perrin bring the back.
I can do that. Or is it like, can we go through two at a time? Because I could
Yeah,
also
you can
be
go.
at
It's,
front.
it's a 10-foot wide door.
There you go.
I'll be at the front next again.
Okay.
I'm just particularly worried we might get
Then
like attacked by inanimate objects.
I would change it and have Mecha Pietro behind Miri then.
Okay, Mecha Pietro is behind.
Someone should be tanky behind us.
Yeah.
I'm always afraid of
100%.
something flanking me.
Rightly so.
Oh,
It
me
is-
and Miri could be next to each other. Little
hanging
gnomies.
hanging out together.
Gnomes at the back.
Yeah,
It's,
gnomies.
it's not paranoia when it's true. Also, shout out to my nomies.
Yeah,
Yep.
gnomies. See?
Hopefully, you won't be my dead nomies. I backed you. I came with you on that one, Margaret. Came with you
Yeah.
on that one. Yeah. All right. and
I
then
got you.
Okay.
open the door.
You open the door, and as soon as it cracks open, there's a very cold blast of wind and snow that kind of just flies through as if you're walking into a pretty heavy winter. It's not overly snowing, but there's just a little bit of snow coming down. Like, definitely a cold wind that bites deeply. And as you push them open, you notice that it's actually very light in this room. And as you look around, this room goes on and on and on. It's hard to see where the room actually ends because you find yourself at the bottom of what appears to be kind of like a gully. And going up this gully towards what appears to be the top of a mountain. Both edges, there are these sharp kind of rocky promontories that just kind of go up. And there's snow around you deep, very deeply. As soon as you put your feet through, you kind of sink a few feet into the snow, trudging
I am a few
forwards.
feet. How many feet?
You will be kind of up to your midriff.
Okay. So it's
about
like
a foot
it's
and
like
a
a
half,
foot and
so-
a half. Okay.
Just-
Yeah.
When I see that, I do pick her up.
Are
Put
you
her
gonna
on my
have
shoulder.
two gnomes, one on each shoulder?
I can.
You
I
have
can,
two
I can,
gnomes, you'll
I
have
can double
penalties.
gnome it. Yeah.
You'll have penalties if you have two gnomes, but you have two of you.
I mean, I'll put them down when things get dirty. Yeah. Okay. Right. But yeah, just
If
for
you
the
don't have a
sake.
chance.
I will say, however, if I do carry both gnomes, I will let Perrin go slightly ahead of me. Then.
Pietro can carry one.
Or Perrin can carry one.
Or, yeah.
However you want. So
I just
power of
I've seen enough.
medium-sized
I've
creatures.
seen enough anime that this is cool. But I mean, I'll just like. I'll
I'm
just,
fine
like,
with it.
Yeah,
I'll put-
it's good by
no,
me.
I'll put Mary over on top of Mecha Pietro. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Fair enough.
uh,
She
So-
seems perfectly content to. do
gnomes
that.
are fine. They aren't trudging through the snow because it's actually very difficult for the gnomes in this snow. You will note, however, that it is a pretty steep incline. Like, we're talking like a 30-degree incline as you're going up this gully. The snow being quite deep. It is quite cold. You have cold winter clothing, so there's going to be no problem. I'm telling you ahead of time, that's not going to be an issue for you because of the cold winter clothing.
Because we bought it. You made it pretty
yes.
clear that it was like, you should probably buy this.
Well, both of you rolled really well for your knowledge of what happens in the towers, and it's well known that this is a cold tower. Make perception checks as you look around the landscape. There doesn't seem to be a sun, but there appears to be light just coming from the sky. In a kind of unidirectional light.
5.
I got a 20 and Becca Pietro got a 21. Woo!
4. It's snowy.
Oh.
Arena
Derby
and
20.
Becca Pietro
And Dave.
Gatton, all three of you notice much further up the gully, very far in the distance, is a small speck, which appears maybe to be a door, or maybe 2 doors. It's hard to tell from this distance, but there does appear to be a door far up the gully.
Do you see
Halfway.
that over there?
Halfway, there does also appear to be kind of like an object or something that's glinting in the light as it kind of refracts off it. Can't really tell what it is from here because you are pretty far away. We're talking like, many multiples of 10 minutes travel time, but there is something halfway between here and where you are at the moment. Halfway between where you are at the moment, and the doors.
Okay.
Do you see that over there? It looks like there are doors up there.
I
Or
do.
maybe it's one. I cannot really tell.
Mary is
Hopefully.
just furiously cleaning her glasses, trying to what?
Oh, is it where you like breathe and then the warm air goes into it? It's all
Yeah,
foggy.
It's all fogged up. Can't see
I get
anything.
this when I drink coffee every morning. My
Same.
glasses just fog up and I'm like, ugh.
Hopefully there's a lot less buried undead out here.
But there is something else buried over there. You see it? It's very shiny.
I do, but that actually concerns me more.
Why? Maybe it is treasure.
And just like look at her on my shoulder, and I'm like,
It is
Okay.
treasure.
Probably not treasure. But it is probably something we need to do before we get out of here. Maybe it will get rid of all this snow.
As you say that,
Could be
looking
the
around.
key.
As you say that, looking around, because you have a passive investigate that's pretty high and you succeed in the perception check, as you look around, you notice that, wait a minute, some of the things are moving with you, and you see that kind of parallax shift as you move and your perspective changes.
Ooh.
But in the distance, things aren't moving. So this room is probably actually walls that are just kind of far away from you, that are faking, have a matte painting of mountains and stuff on them.
I will say,
There
as,
are walls. It's just a very large room.
as we start walking, I draw my spear, and I'm just kind of stabbing ahead of us. I'm like,
Can I pull my spear out and do that too?
No, because you're very high up.
Okay.
moral
You
support,
could
though.
try.
Moral support,
You won't hit
yeah.
the ground.
You step there. Yeah, I am very much. I'm very wary of something exploding out of the snow, right underneath us. So,
And I'll keep
otherwise-
it. I'll assist by keeping my eye out for. So basically, we're gonna make our way to the weird thing in the center, but trying to see if there's any traps along the way. And maybe not all of us should go out to it ever. But I don't know.
Well,
Maybe.
it's very far away, so you can, as you get closer, you can make a decision on it if you want.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Right.
I'll have my sword drawn. Probably not attacking the snow with it, but just ready.
Okay.
Also, I like that this is basically just straight up a holodeck now. It's just a scrolling terrain as we walk.
I mean, the terrain isn't scrolling yet, but sure.
The solution is we do all go in different directions until we all hit the 4 walls.
Yes, the holodeck thing is not exactly accurate because as you move, it's not going to move you around to compensate. But
Because
it is
magic.
illusions that are given physical
Parent.
reality. Yeah.
I am your
Me?
father.
Oh, that's
Just be wary of the Cylons. But anyway,
just and let the record show. I still just backed you on that. I'm like, here we are now. There's only one appropriate. Yeah, it just. I'd like to assist Maggie. Yeah, right. But yes, make our way through.
Okay.
Stabbing in the snow.
so to begin with, it is a very deep snow that is a 30-degree incline, and you're climbing up kind of the side of a mountain. So it's going to be pretty exhausting and tiring. So anyone who is actually making an effort here, i.e. not the gnomes, makes a athletics check.
Hanging out, riding on a Mecha Pietro. It's all good.
Yep.
Mecha Peach is probably having a conversation with you. Just sounds like.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
That was
Yes.
athletics, you say? I would say before I rolled this, like Gatton is definitely trying to conserve his strength more than move quickly.
Okay.
You know, this is like there's a catch in here. He knows
at half
it, you know?
speed. I'll give you advantage on the roll.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine with
I'll
that
take that.
because I'm also just trying to like figure out what's
I'll also
going
say
on.
that would
you
give
know?
you advantage on any investigate roll that you're doing passively, so I'll raise your passive by 5 as well. Okay.
Perfect.
16.
So you make 5 minutes worth of progress in 10 minutes. You both don't suffer exhaustion or anything. Mecha Pietro is immune to exhaustion as a construct, correct?
To which thing? I'll double check.
Exhaustion.
Yes, he's immune to exhaustion.
Mecha Pietro will not need to
Oh,
check then.
okay. I was like, do you need me to do athletics?
Actually, no, I do need Mecha Pietro to check,
Okay.
but he
At
cannot fail the
disadvantage?
test. No, because he doesn't suffer disadvantage from, and he's also moving at half speed, so we get advantage.
Oh, advantage. I'll roll one more then.
He
that
can't
was a
fail the check technically, but I do need him to roll for a reason.
For how quickly? 14?
So yeah, you make reasonable progress, but you're being very cautious and slow as you're trudging through. In the first 5 minutes of this, you do realize that yes, this is actually a lot of work. It's a 30-degree uphill incline. The ground is a little bit uneven, and the snow is very deep. Each time you move your leg, you're having to shift forwards. You're kind of doing leg extensions constantly as you're just trying to push your legs through deep snow. It's tough. But
After we walk a little while, I turn around. Is there a path all the way back to the door? Like, are we leaving a trail, or is
not
it
particularly a
disappearing?
deep trail, because as the snow kind of falls in where you've been walking, there is a little bit of a trail, but it won't aid you in walking back in any way. But there is a trail if you wanted to follow it. Snow isn't coming down hard enough that.
More, I am just trying to get like a point, like we are moving through space, like we were over there, now we're over here,
It
versus
does appear
the
as-
Scooby-Doo hallway.
Yeah, he said like the walls are parallaxing and they look like they're further away. So we're probably in a room, but it looks like we're like
It's
in a
huge
mountain.
room if you are in a room, but yeah. And yeah, if you want to check that like you're actually making progress and you're moving places, those tracks you left behind are still there. I would normally make you make a survival roll, but you've asked a question that is very obviously the answer is yes, you do seem to be moving. So you're good. However,
But it was a fair question.
you will note that every time you do this, you will probably need to take another 10-minute rest before you try again, or you'll be at disadvantage as you're tiring yourself out. So it's up to you if you want to just take a 10-minute break, or if you want to push on.
Yeah, I mean,
I think take
it's
every
worth
break we need.
conserving our strength because we all know how bad exhaustion sucks. Although while we're kind of standing there, I look at Perrin and I say,
In the tower, the red rooms are combat, the blue rooms are puzzles. Was there not a third type? Unfortunately, the answer is eluding me.
Yes, green, a kind of a test of skill or endurance or that kind of thing. I'm guessing that's what this is.
This certainly seems like a test of endurance.
There is still the chance of some kind of harm coming to us if we mess it up somehow.
Inevitably.
Let us not mess it up then.
with that dirty 20, did I see any other living things? Birds, squirrels? Y'all already know what I'm gonna do if I spot a local woodland creature.
There appears to be zero wildlife that you can see. Admittedly, it does seem to be kind of like a barren, flat snowscape until you get to the edges, which curve up into those kind of, I think they're called rills, I can't remember what they are, on the mountain, which go out like scree slopes. Doesn't seem to be any obvious wildlife around, no.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. You take a short break. You feel ready and energized to go further forwards. If you want to move at half speed, again, you'll have advantage. You'll move at half pace, or you can do a normal speed. If you want to, I guess you could also choose to like try and sprint it and dash, but the DC would.
You're all doing
I'll
super
speak.
great, real good. Take your time. Everything's fine by me.
My internet might be pooping out or something. I don't know what's going on.
Uh-oh.
Thank you for your support.
Encouragement.
The stream has stopped for me. That's not good.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't say I've dropped frames.
I'm still getting stream on my end.
I see and hear you.
Yeah, it could just be me because I'm on Wi-Fi with the.
Yeah, the stream's still going for me, but
Okay.
I definitely am having. It doesn't say I have any drop frames, but like there was a weird Zoom thing where y'all got real blurry for a moment there.
Apparently, audio's holding up, even if video might not be.
Okay.
I can see it on my end, so the video is still playing.
Yeah, it just y'all got really blurry. Now you're all back. So I don't know what happened.
You make another trudging, slow pace forwards. Let me.
Ooh,
just check.
22 and a 17. Oh, and I did do Mecha Pietro with advantage.
It's like when
20.
God's like
Oh.
when it was like test of endurance, God's like you know?
We have
That's
some
good to know.
beasts. That's true. So
So as you like stack yourself up for the next bit and you start pushing forwards very slowly, just constantly
lifting me.
mechanical, like almost implacable stride forwards as Gatton pushes forwards and growls this to get himself psyched up. You hear the as it echoes round. Everyone make perception checks.
Uh-oh.
Bentham's getting scared.
You did.
I
You
think
said
I
it.
know what this is. Oh,
You said advantage on
Oh my
investigation
gosh.
and not
Distracted
Like the
elf.
equivalent-
Distracted elf.
You'd have the equivalent of advantage for
dude.
passive, not for active, because that would just be like the long-term thing.
Oh, Mecha Pietro crit. Natty 20 with a 24. I got a 10.
Like, can't even tell us though.
He can communicate. He can communicate slight things. So he could be like, he could point and say there's danger, but like, you know, not anything
It depends
specific.
if he can recognize danger. I need him to make it just an int roll, because he might not understand what this is.
He has
I-
a thing that is actually
A little
he cannot
bit.
be like
Surprise.
cannot be surprised. He's vigilant.
Yes. Surprise is a combat thing, though. This
Okay.
isn't necessarily a combat thing, but thank you for notifying
I
me.
think,
Yeah,
I, think
uh,
I know what this is,
Okay.
and yeah, it's just gonna be like, is Pietro smart enough to put 2 and 2 together?
He
here?
100% understands the language we speak, though. Let's see. You do an int chest?
Yep, just flat int.
Okay, he's not very good at that.
Yeah.
1.
Unfortunately, with a
Oh
1,
no!
Pietro hears something but doesn't think twice. And all of you, as
That's
you're
not
trudging
fair.
forwards, the snow somewhat obscuring where you're going. At the last moment, you start hearing a.
I got an 18 perception. It's an 18.
Sorry, I was looking for 20.
Ah,
You see snow falling end over end in a giant pile towards you.
Uh-oh.
I need everyone to make me either a strength saving throw or a dexterity saving throw, your choice, as an avalanche starts rushing down the gully towards you.
oh no!
Okay.
The sound echoing around.
Or a
I got a
dex saving
5.
throw.
Not good. Mecha Pietro.
20. Not natural, but good enough.
Okay, that's
Mecha
nice.
Pietro got an 11.
Oh no.
16.
No,
Oh god.
10 forgotten with arena on my shoulder.
I have advantage on... No, not dex.
I'm like jump, child.
Oh god. And has wait, has Pietro rolled?
Yeah, 11.
Oh, 11. Oh, great. Right. Everyone fails except for Miri and Perrin. So, I'm gonna have to put on some different music because this is very, very
Oh,
bad.
Perrin totally, like, he sees it coming and he's already got the two-handed sword ready. He just, like, flips it round and boom into the ground.
Oh,
Just
yep.
does the
I feel
badass
like
sword
it's
brace.
Like Godden turns and is looking at Pietro, and he's like,
What are you saying? What? Speak up, Pietro. I can't hear you over this wind.
Get
I
down!
Yeah, the reason I asked you to check was Pietro isn't native to any snow biomes, so probably wouldn't be aware of what an avalanche
Oh,
is.
gotcha. Yeah,
Yeah,
that makes sense.
heard the rumble and was like, that's weird.
Yeah.
It rumbles here.
But he
Okay.
could point it out.
Well, he wouldn't be able to see it very easily. It was mostly a perception thing because it's snow on snow. It's hard to see the avalanche.
But he got a
until the last
24.
moment.
He got a natty 20.
He heard it, but Okay,
just thought Gaten was hungry.
this is really good that Mary didn't fail this. Everyone takes, except for those who pass, if you pass half this, 12 points of bludgeoning and 4 points of cold damage.
I'm almost dead.
That's half if we succeeded.
Half if you succeed on each of them. So.
And what do we need
6
to
and 2.
succeed?
So 6 and 2. Yeah.
Everyone failed except for Miri and
Okay.
Perrin.
So 16 damage, right?
16 damage if you have not. But also bear in mind that Gatton has resistance to cold, so Gatton only takes 14. Yeah.
You
Oh, wait.
see, Gaten very much like falls to the ground, and a wolf stands back up again.
That will happen in a second because it's also
Okay.
a secondary effect.
Okay.
Everyone but Perrin and Miri is buried under the avalanche. As the snow bowls you over backwards and you smashed against boulders, against bits of snow, against clumps of ice, and it covers you up entirely. Miri and Perrin are only marginally buried. You're covered in snow, but it's nowhere near as deep as everyone else. You're not buried in like a cave or anything.
Okay,
You're buried completely. Snow on every limb, on your torso, on your legs. You are now holding your breath. You're
You
all
wanna
in danger
build
of
a
suffocating.
snowman?
I
Guess
feel
who
like-
isn't in danger of suffocating?
Yeah, you are not in danger of suffocating.
I feel like
I will like shake off the snow that is on me and start like quickly looking around.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, same. I'm, digging and trying to find the others who are buried.
Okay, I need both of you who are trying to find the others who are buried to make me a survival roll. And those of you who are buried, I don't need to know Mecha Pietro because immune to suffocation. Or Gatton. Okay, what's your constitution modifier, Maggie? What's Serena's constitution modifier?
Take a wild guess.
+2?
0.
-1.
0 con?
I have 0, yeah. I have a 10.
Oh god, okay, you can hold your breath for 1 minute.
That's not long.
Okay.
Yeah, Perrin's just like casting about. Like, remember where they were last? Gaten was there.
I'm doing my best. Like,
Gaten was there. Pietro was there.
Yep.
I don't have the manual labor powers for this. She's just like trying to like dig in the snow and not really
Yep.
finding anything.
With your little
Gatton,
hands.
Mecha Pietro, and Arena, you find yourselves encased in cold and darkness. Your body feels beat up. What's the first thing you do? Okay, you're gonna wild shape. Okay, we'll get to that in a moment because that's gonna be special mechanics.
Is it like I just see a portion of the snow go?
I would, if I could, I would like to cast Detect Thoughts and try and find
Ooh.
them.
Yeah, okay. Ignore the roll completely. You know exactly where they are.
Okay, so I am looking for the surface thoughts of my friends nearby, using this
it's
second
probably
level spell.
panic in many regards.
Yeah.
Does it work on constructs?
I don't know. Let me check.
Well, oh yeah, Bob.
It says creature if they have an intelligence over 3. So
Does Mecha Pietro have an
Pietro's
intelligence?
4. 4.
You can detect. You can detect the thoughts of Mecha Pietro,
wonderful.
which is like, oh, I guess that rumbling was bad.
Getting surface thought is I have to find Arena. That's all he's thinking.
Okay, in which case you would probably also get from Arena that she can't hold her breath for very long.
Yeah, she's probably like, I can't breathe.
Yeah,
And then
because you'll be very aware that you're like, oh god, I
All
can't
right.
hold my
Well,
breath for a minute.
the first thing I'm gonna do is like wherever Arena is, like that's the place to start. And I yell over to Perrin like, she's down here. She's down here. She doesn't have that long. Come on.
All right. And I like force through the snow. I pull out a javelin and start sweeping through the snow with it.
Okay. Right, so it didn't even take you a minute to do the survival checks because you completely obliviated that. Mecha Pietro is able to just sit there and be like, I don't need to breathe. Gatton is a wolf now, so does need to breathe. And Maggie's the most endangered, so we'll go through Arena first.
Is that how that works?
Technically, yes, because you are not a construct anymore when you wild shape. But as soon as you start to suffocate, you would flip back. Weird. If bearing that in mind, knowing that, would you still want to turn to wolf?
Yeah, because you would know that turning.
You would know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well, then no. If I'm better off being not breathing, then I would say no. I would not
breathe, so,
I would not
yeah.
well shape just yet.
Okay. In which case, we'll go through Arena. What is the first thing that goes through her head? She finds herself there. What does she do in the first minute?
First, she's like, I can't breathe, and she holds her breath, and then she's gonna try to get out. I'm not very strong, so I don't think she's gonna like go for like swinging or something like that. I think she'll probably just shocking grasp, like try to.
Okay, yeah. The first 6 seconds as you try to shocking grasp, you'll note that the electricity kind of courses through the snow a little bit of it melts, but then it will kind of start to shock you. So it's your choice whether you want to try that, but the problem is that you are effectively turning it into water with the electrical energy, and then you're gonna electrocute yourself.
Oh, I see. Then I guess take out whatever weapon I can, maybe the icicle, and just try to like carve my way out, like dig my way out.
Okay. In which case, make me a athletics check.
I'm sad I didn't get heat metal, because then I could have just melted it.
Yeah, if you'd have like heated metal and then just been like, that would have given you like a really good advantage. But if you want to make me an athletics check, let me check if it's a disadvantage or not. You are at disadvantage because you're unable to really move. You have to try and even just one arm to your sickle, which is gonna be difficult.
That makes sense. All right. Oh, 7. It was a 22 if I didn't.
If you'd got the 22, you'd have actually made loads of progress because it's not just a flat DC. It depends.
It makes
on how
sense
much
though.
you get.
She's like buried under snow, like she's struggling.
You actually think, right? If I can get to the sickle, like I can start carving my way, and maybe it will freeze some of the snow together to make it easier to move in like clumps. But as you try and get your arm to the sickle, you can barely begin to bend your wrist as you try and pull it in towards your body. You're just so like so much snow on top of you. The weight is just pushing you down.
The chat's funny. They're like, they need the 1-4 from our Sunday show.
They do, actually. I have a rule in here which says if you have digging implements, okay.
Somebody said we have no surface thoughts, we only have buried thoughts, and I was like, stop it, get out.
That's great. I love it.
We got to bring collapsible shovels next time. I can't really show it off.
I do have a lot of tools, but I don't think any of them involve
Probably
shovels.
not.
Because smiths, jeweler, tinker, and thieves' tools.
Yeah,
this is also going to be dependent on what.
Digging.
Yeah.
This is going to be dependent on what the others roll. But in the first minute, and remember, you can only hold your breath for a minute. You can't even get your hand to your body to pull out the sickle, and then you can feel your chest start to convulse as you try and catch your breath.
Yeah, she's just trying, and then she starts like losing consciousness.
Yeah. Okay. Mary Perrin, you start digging. You said, right?
Yes.
I assume you want to assist Perrin so that Perrin rolls with advantage?
I will assist Perrin because I'm pretty sure that I'm useless. So, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, Perrin, do you have any digging implements?
Ooh, actually, I wonder if shovels are included in our adventure kits. Dungeon pack.
I don't think so. I think.
Wait,
get out. Just check my explorer's pack. A shovel is not a part. Literally, that's what I'm looking at.
I'm like thinking the same thing.
Yep. Not
I have
part
a
of the
Dungeoneer
explorer's
pack.
Literally just looked it up.
I have a shovel because I'm an archaeologist.
Yes! Our
okay,
savior!
you might actually be able to save her because she will die. She will die if you don't get her out this minute.
Well, I get some death saves. Calm down.
Your death save is every 6 seconds.
A Dungeoneer's pack does not include a shovel, but it does include a crowbar.
Okay, I have a Dungeoneer's pack. That's crazy.
Crowbar your way out of the boat.
Yeah. But yeah, okay, you can roll with advantage because you're getting an assist, and I'll also lower the DC because you have a shovel.
All right, what's the roll?
It's an athletics check because you're digging fast.
I'm gonna put everything that's in the Dungeoneer pack in here.
17.
17. Let me check something. You might have maybe saved Maggie's life, or she might start to suffocate, and it's going to be down to the wire.
The advantage was very important there. I would have got a 6 otherwise.
I don't know what Mary does to assist here, but whatever it is, it's very helpful. What does Mary do?
We'll probably just be like, I'm going to point at where the thoughts are coming from. It's right there.
It's directional encouragement, you know? It's like, okay, you need to go like another, 3 feet down. You know, don't strike too hard with the shovel or you might hit her. Like, kind of stuff.
Okay, so you've lowered the DC. If you didn't have a shovel, she'd have started suffocating and you'd have missed her and she'd have probably died with a foot left of snow. As it is,
good to know, good to know.
She feels the first pangs of her chest beginning to convulse and that breath beginning to not actually get there. She starts to open her mouth and then just a faint bit of snow falls in and she starts clamping her mouth closed again. As you feel that, you get hit in the ribs with a shovel. And then like a hand plunges through the snow, pulls you bodily out as Perrin like pulls you up and you go
and then she just starts like coughing, I think.
Okay, all right, you're still breathing. That's good. I mean, I can still hear your thoughts, so you're probably still alive. She like turns immediately to like go to the next thing. It's like this one is done, on to the next one.
Okay.
I guess Gatton would be next, probably.
What happened?
Avalanche, you're all right. Gatton and Pietro are still under, but Pietro will have some air inside Mecha Pietro, and Gatton doesn't need to breathe, so we have some time.
Okay.
Mary just like wades over to where the next point is and just goes like, right here. You just down from here.
Would you like to do some rolls to get out, or do you want to just spend time because you can't suffocate?
I think
I mean,
Mecha
I'd be
Pietro wants to
trying
bust out.
because
Yeah.
I don't necessarily know that they know where I am, so I would be trying.
Make your athletics with disadvantage because you are buried, and if Mecha Pietro can do the same.
Okay, athletics at disadvantage.
Yep.
He does have athletics. 12. Ugh. Disadvantage is killing me.
That's why I don't want exhaustion.
Both of them actually manage to start moving some snow away, and they actually finally get in the first minute. Mecha Pietro gets about 4 foot of snow up, and Gatton gets about 6 foot of snow up, but it's still kind of underground, snow all around you. You're slowly making a bit of a space for yourself, however. I believe you want disadvantage next time.
Can I start a fire with my flint and tinder?
Have you got any firewood or anything flammable?
The tinder is a part of the Dungeoneer's pack.
I have flint and
You have
tinder.
the tinder, yeah.
That's what I said.
You'll have a little bit of tinder. Like, it won't be enough to continue a fire going. It's enough to start a fire.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
If you were looking for a hot enough fire to melt large amounts of snow, you'll need, like, actual
I have a
firewood or
torch.
something. That would work. It would take a while, but
Gotcha.
yeah.
Okay.
A torch will also help if you're holding it when you get buried, because it will, as it goes out, will melt a patch of snow around you, and you'll actually have, like, a hand free. So bear that in mind. If you want to dig Gatton out, Gatton, make another disadvantaged athletics roll. Perrin, make your advantage athletics roll because people are assisting you now.
$17.
Yeah, easy.
It would have been a natural 1 otherwise.
Yeah.
That was a second die at least.
I don't think Gatton even needs the assist. As you're, like, digging down, you see a hand just come up and grab the shovel, and then you kind of pull, and, like, Gatton just is pulled out of the snow.
I don't like the idea of nature being
Oh, you cut out. All we heard was nature being.
my enemy.
I heard it.
I don't like the idea of nature being my enemy.
I mean,
Okay.
That was
technically,
the Zoom one.
Oh, maybe
technically,
so.
I don't think that's nature being your enemy so much as nature just nature being, you know?
Where's Pietro?
Working on that.
Pietro
Right
can make
over
another
there.
disadvantage athletics check while that's happening.
Okay. I thought we were going for him first.
But yeah,
11.
Pietro's still digging.
11. He's got
Pietro
claws.
makes a bit more room. Pietro's now like 3 foot from the surface. You go and start to dig out Pietro. Feel free to make
trudge over.
athletics roll with advantage. Pietro can make one with disadvantage again.
Okay.
There's no threat really to Pietro because Pietro's just like I'm inside. I've got an unlimited air supply.
17.
Oh no! Ooh,
22.
Pietro might not have an unlimited air supply. Ooh. Easily. Pietro
I was thinking
bursts forth
presumably-
with the 22.
I was
Pangolins
thinking
are
presumably
diggers.
it's just the air
so-
in there, but there's probably
Yeah.
plenty
Penguins
of
are
air in
diggers. They
there.
are also small, so they use up less air. So I would probably say that Pietro himself is starting to suffocate as he bursts forth like a little spray of snow as this mechanized pangolin just shoots out of the ground.
It's amazing.
Lands.
What we saw, did the avalanche cover the whole entire mountain, or was it kind of like a giant snowball?
It came down from the very far end. You didn't really see it to begin with. You only saw it when it got close enough, which meant you didn't really have time to have advantage on saves.
Well, what I mean is this the type of thing that if we fanned out, we're in less like total danger?
Oh no, it was kind of a very wide, just entire like
This was,
arc.
yeah, some big old make a save or get buried.
It wasn't someone like an omnipotent god being like "fuck you" in particular. It
By
was
the
just,
way, if I had not saved the avalanche, I would have been unconscious immediately and made death saves immediately.
yeah,
So
you would
gonna
have
let you
straight
know.
up died.
I have like a fear of this kind of to some extent because I have a recurring dream. This is me personally. I have a recurring dream every time I'm stressed out. And I don't know if you guys have like anything like this, but ever since I was little, anytime I'm stressed out, I get this dream where I'm like running down like a hillside or something, and there's this giant. It's like it starts as a small snowball, and it just gets bigger and bigger, and it chases me until I have to jump off the cliff. And I always wake up, and I feel like I'm like, have you ever woke up where you're like falling off the bed? Like that's what it feels like every single time.
that's rough.
I don't have that nightmare, and I'm very glad for that.
Might now, actually. Yeah.
It's like a constant recurring dream I have. I don't know.
You see, Gatton looks at you, Perrin, and he says,
Is it time-based? Did we move too slowly?
Would I know that it was sound-based?
time-based. Did we take too
I know,
long?
but I think,
Oh.
but I bent them. I'm pretty sure it's sound-based.
I'll let you know that in terms of tower knowledge, some things are manipulating the environment to match the environment in real life, but some things also have timers. It could be either. I'll say anyone wants to make a survival check to try and figure out if it was sound-based or whether it was, something that just happened.
I do have survival checked, so I will do that. 20.
5. I'm like, maybe it's a timer.
Arena, this makes sense that you get this because you've got a lot of knowledge of the towers. You follow them with a lot of very close attention, and also you have survival. You'd think that it's a combination of a couple of factors. That one, it's probably a threat that can happen, but the level at which how bad the avalanche is can also vary. Also, sound can probably affect it because that's the environment. Avalanches happen, sound can cause it to happen. And so it's probably a combination of the two, or both independently, but to a lesser extent.
So how quickly we're moving and
if you're moving slower, it's more likely that you'll face more avalanches because if they only occur every 10 minutes, if you move twice as fast, you'll have half the avalanches. So yeah.
Okay. I'll relay this to you all, and then she's like,
So we need to be more quiet and move quickly.
pick her up this time. Don't rush, but like don't slow boat it though. So I guess don't roll with advantage essentially.
Mecha Pietro will pick up Miri if Miri's okay with that too.
Yep. Totally okay
Scoops
with
you
that. The detect thought spell has run out, so I'm no longer listening to all of your thoughts. It's fine.
Oh my gosh, what was Mecha Pietro thinking the whole time?
Mecha Pietro was probably be like, this is just digging. I'm used to this. It's very cold digging. Wow, cold. I don't like cold. I wish I was in my natural biome.
Mary's just like nodding along, like, yeah, no, I get it. Same.
Still gonna wild shape though. So yeah, just so actually you could both probably comfortably ride, but I guess we have a system here.
Yeah. Like, you could have 2 people on you, but you'd still have other people holding you back, so you wouldn't go any faster.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Make your athletics checks. I will tell you that at the end of this athletics check, you're going to be next to that buried object, so it's up to you if you want to hold back.
At disadvantage?
You aren't rolling because you're on top of...
No,
Gatton
Mecha Pietro.
Mecha Pietro. You're not rolling with disadvantage, you're rolling flat.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I think maybe not all of us should go up to the thing.
Yeah.
We don't know what it is.
Okay, so we got
very covered in snow.
here's that weird thing again where my athletic so I'm stronger in direwolf than I am as Gatton, but I don't have the athletic skills on my sheet. So what, I'm just gonna eyeball the difference.
I will literally give you that now. Your proficiency bonus is 2, right?
3 for athletics.
Mecha Pietro rolled
Our
a
proficiency
22.
bonus is 2.
Proficiency bonus is 2. Sorry.
Oh,
yeah.
2. Sorry. Yeah. That. Yes. Yes.
Trying to think how the sheet works. I think it's a dumb sheet, so it's just I add a 3 to you. Yeah, you've got
that's
athletics plus.
Perfect.
Oh
I
wait,
do.
it should be plus 5. So you should have
plus-
2 more on that.
Well, we'll add 2 to that. Just eyeball 2. So 23. Okay.
I'll fix that.
Thank you. Sorry, everyone. I'm an abomination.
It is okay.
The real joy of this is like we've been bolting all this stuff onto Direwolf, and at some point I'm gonna be able to change into other stuff, and it's like, and the adventure begins again.
When can you change into a CR3?
A little while yet, because I'm actually gonna level up Barbarian a little bit more. So
Because you
we
do
got some
have a
time.
pact with the Winter Wolf spirit entity.
Ooh, I'm excited to see like late game. Your multi-class though. It's gonna be cool.
Strong.
We
Getting
gotta
strong.
find the Jurassic Park island so you can become a T-Rex.
We're just gonna sail the world. Remember, I don't sleep. Just put me at the front of the boat, just watching. Like, interesting. Yes.
So even with a 9, you don't fail, so you make good time. I'm gonna roll for an avalanche. Is anyone healing, by the way? Because some of you, if you're hit by an avalanche, will just straight up die.
I mean, yes.
we didn't have a lot of resources, so.
Yeah.
You have some potions between you. You have a spell slot, some stuff. so
I
it's up
should
to you.
probably drink a potion.
It would not make a difference if I drank a potion or not. So whatever.
I should probably do that.
I will let you know if I rolled high or not for that avalanche because it seems fair. I did roll above average.
Okay. All right.
What was that all?
At this distance, can we tell what color the one or more doors at the end of the room are?
Make a
Yeah.
perception check if you want.
Okay, that might help. Because if it's red,
I would
10.
also, because that's relevant.
There are 2 doors.
I'm not going to roll perception for Pietro because he's not smart.
Yeah.
14.
Based on Arena having previously seen the doors, I will say that you just about see that one of them doesn't appear to be colored, and now you can take this whether you want to take it as accurate information or not. The other one appears to be gold or yellow.
Okay. I will whisper that to the rest of
Is
them.
yellow a door color?
Yellow is luck based.
Oh, crap.
They're very rare because
So, but
luck is
I'm
not a common thing.
not with the freaking roll 20 RNG. No.
You say that the one luck room you went into, you instantly got out.
Yeah,
quite
that's
good.
true. We did.
So our luck's run out. Yes.
Fair.
Wait.
Everybody
but
gets one.
I-
If you won.
I think
yeah,
I'm going
right.
to drink
But
the health potion.
uncolored,
Okay. 2d10 plus 2.
uncolored
2d4
door.
plus
Does that
310.
does
2d4,
that mean the
yeah.
exit? The
Uncolored door means that it doesn't indicate what's beyond. You normally only get those in places with no choice.
I rolled a 1 and a
Yeah,
2.
at a guess, it's
Secret
gold rather
door.
than yellow for that reason.
got it.
That would be a sensible guess with your intelligence.
Yep. I would say is that we get closer to that thing, I slow down and I just turn and look at Perrin and Mary, and then look at that thing, and I just kind of stand there as Arena and I are beat up. I don't say
Mary
anything 'cause I
also
can't.
looks terrible,
Like-
by the way.
I ready
then-
my sword.
Like,
and
does not Mary
No,
always look
she
terrible?
looks great, except when she doesn't. You know.
Can I
it's fine.
mend my dear Pengobot? How much?
You have to be touching the pangolin, and you're on top of Gatton. I would say it's up to you. You could, if you do not go up to the object, you can probably do it while the others go up to the object.
Yeah, Gatton is not going to the object, although very much paying attention for the avalanche now.
Yeah. In which case, as they go up to the object, when they finish uncovering whatever it is, be full health again.
Okay.
Be advised, if you did not eat your good berry, that's 1 hit point. I mean,
It's true.
I will eat the good berry, yeah.
Barry eats a good
Yeah.
berry.
I will take whatever I
everyone
can.
counts. So
Yeah, right.
they're like Krabby Patties.
One
They're
more
not
hit
good
point.
for your body. They're good for your soul.
Okay.
I can't believe
Perrin,
I'm
Who's
so
going
bad.
up to the object then? You get to about like, I guess 30 feet away, and then Gatton isn't, Arena isn't.
I
Pietro
want
isn't.
to.
Perrin volunteers to approach the object, but also as he does, he whispers, "If this is a fight in this room, I've got a bone to pick with the Raven Queen. Not that that will go well for me."
So, you walk up to it.
Yep.
Okay, you take 1 step forwards, another step forwards, cautiously approaching. Around the object, there's kind of this hump-shaped teardrop of snow where it's obviously hit the object, built up, and then there's a trail behind. Do you want to do anything? You get up to this hump of snow. Do you start clearing it?
Yeah, I'll like let go of the sword with one hand and just start scooping the snow away.
Okay. As you start shifting the snow away, roll me a 1d2.
You have to use hump. Why not heap or clump?
Because it is a hump.
Because it's a lovely lady hump.
It could be
No,
a
it does
lump.
not
Back
have.
in the front. Check it out.
I got a 2.
Okay. As you're uncovering it, your hand comes across what appears to be like the edge of something metal. I don't know if you want to uncover it further, so I'm just giving you the very basic. You come across something metal.
I mean, I'll attempt to just like grab and pull in case it's a key, in
It
which
appears
case I
to
don't
be
need to do
a
any.
tiny hammer. It's
Oh.
like a flat-ended hammer with a rod about like 8 inches long, which is a handle. All one piece of metal. And it says along the side, what language do you speak?
I speak Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, and Elvish.
In Elvish, it says shatter.
Chatter?
Shatter.
Or shatter. Okay. Oh, that's handy.
Use
Use
at
the
the risk
hammer
of being
to
meta,
shatter.
since Gatton knows Perrin, the archaeologist background lets you know about construction details, right? Isn't that what it does for you, basically?
I think it might be specifically architecture. I think I can also value items though.
You can paste it
You
in
can value
chat.
items and you can know who and what something was built by and for.
Yeah, when I enter ruin
like-
a dungeon, I mean, I'll just print it.
Yeah,
while
it's
I'm
like
reading
print
this
it.
out. Yeah, I can. So yeah, it's about buildings, but then I can also determine the monetary value of art objects more than a century old.
Andy, if you see any art, we should take it and sell it. We need money.
That's just good practices. But yes, okay. See, Gatton is just honestly, the moment he touches the hammer, like I'm head on a swivel, just looking for the next avalanche. Like,
Well,
I hold it up to them and
Did
say,
anyone-
"Shatter."
it
I
would
look for a
also not
shatterable
account-
thing.
It would not account for the amount of snow that's there because it's a tiny hammer and something caused snow to build up. So
Okay, I pocket the hammer and keep digging so I can keep one hand on the sword.
after another like minute of digging, you come across the edge of something apparently made of glass.
I think like once he hits that, like the Prince like, and then like carries on like he puts the sword away now, carries on scooping the snow off with both hands, and is expecting a dome containing one or more keys.
As you scoop the snow away, you are wrong. It's a box containing a gold key. As you find this like thick glass box that seems to be perfectly cubed. Inside is a gold key, and it sits on a little plinth.
Ooh, pretty.
And there's a tag attached to the key which says, "Break me."
We should make this into like a roll for it cake next year. Like, and then you know, like they have a glass, sugar glass.
I gesture for everyone else to come over and look, so I don't have to explain
come
it and
over
say
and
words
look.
that could make avalanches happen.
I will say, however, that as you touch the glass, once you move the snow away and you're kind of there and you're looking at it, there is a slight, very faint sound as you just touch it very gently of like if you struck a wine glass with a tiny little bit of metal.
Okay, if people get too close, I like hold them back. Like, nope.
And yes, if you make that cake, I will smash it with a hammer.
Gatton does not approach, so if Arena wants to go, like she'll have to hop off because like he's like ultra wary now. Like he doesn't move from this spot.
She's not going. She's repairing Mecha Pietro.
Mecha Pietro by now will be repaired.
Okay.
You can do one cantrip per 6 seconds, and it took Perrin like a minute or 2 to do this. So
okay.
You're good.
Then I think she's just sitting there watching on Gatton's shoulder then. And Mecha Pietro will pick up Miri if... Or you're walking forward. Yeah.
Yeah. Miri is just worried about anything that could trigger another avalanche, so she's like keeping her eyes out as much as she can, but she's also got the worst perception in like the history of perception, so...
You need to get a new prescription on those glasses.
Yeah, they're not great. They're not helpful.
Okay, you walk forwards. You see exactly what I described to Perrin. This cubic box that's probably about 10 inches on each side. Glass, very thick glass, probably a good, inch or so thick. With a small gold key, kind of crystalline, with a tag that says "Break Me" in Elvish. A little plinth, all excavated, and a tiny little hammer in Perrin's hand.
If we break this, it will cause an avalanche.
Yeah, but we need to break it, right? Like to get the key, can we just lift it? Does it lift?
This is the gold key. We don't need to get this one. This is extra.
Fair point.
This is
Fair
if you
point.
want loot, but
We want loot.
if you wanted to shatter it, that's an option.
I think Miri said try to lift it.
Could we like dig it around of it, and like...
Oh, I see.
Even
Underneath?
touching it makes a sound. I don't think it'll work.
You
Okay.
may investigate it if you want to see if it's movable in any way.
Do it.
Okay, I will.
I'm really good at investigating. But I'm really far
I
away.
think I am too. I don't remember. No, I'm not. But whatever, it's fine.
If there is a way around it, then by all means. But if we have to shatter it to get through,
Ooh.
it's probably not worth the risk.
16
As you
investigation.
kind of look at it carefully and then you give it a very faint poke, there's a very slight sound of like a ding. But it does appear to be fixed in place. And in fact, you probably suspect, looking at the glass, that it might be magical of some nature. It does seem very fixed.
Okay, yeah, no, we can't. We're gonna have to break it if we want to get in, and I don't think we want to break it because I don't think we can handle another one of those big avalanches. So I think that sort of makes the decision for us.
Yeah, we've got one more room at a bare minimum, and it looks like it's random, so it could be combat. As much as I would like it, I think we've already seen what the avalanche can do. Probably best not to.
The loot.
Yes, Gatton?
So to be clear, the snow hump in the back in the front it was built up on the glass. It's built up near the glass.
Around it, because it kind of acted as like a break for the snow, so the snow kind of flowed over it and then kind of just built up. It's kind of an obvious little lump.
Can we
what
melt
I'm
it?
what I'm trying to figure out is if I come and dig away the snow, I am a giant dog right now. Would that lessen the avalanche? Like, do I feel like that snow is the source of the avalanche, or it will still come from further away? Like if we essentially clear it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
It would probably come from further away.
Gatton very much is just like shaking his head no. But like I don't like try and physically intervene.
Make like a snow barrier to give yourself like a higher check or like some sort of advantage on the DC, like you could. Again, that will take a lot of time. Avalanches are big and powerful, so. Okay.
I have a heat exchanger block. Wonder if I heat it up with a fire.
The heat exchanger block would need power. Potentially, you could do that with your shocking grasp.
Yeah.
Just endlessly shocking grasping this heater unit.
Yeah, and then
kinda
like
love
put
that
it on
idea,
the
but-
block and like try to melt
But
the
also,
block.
melting snow where
Didn't
we
the thing
are
burn
would
you?
probably just make it more likely for there to be an avalanche.
Just the block, just on the square, on the ice. Square.
But it's glass, the box, I think.
It appears to be
And magic
glass and
glass
probably
at that.
magical. It's
Oh,
not
it's
ice.
glass. It's not ice. Okay.
Yeah, it's like you gotta break this and make a loud noise if you want it. No way around it. No cheating.
I mean,
I
there might be
think
cheating,
we
but-
all
But-
run to we all go to the door and like we tie a rope around you and we pull you up.
None of us have
This
zone
is
of silence,
halfway to the door.
unfortunately.
The door is a long way away. You might have enough rope.
No, yeah,
but
like
also,
it's because it's a super
Between
long
us all,
trek,
we can
'cause-
get the rope.
Getting starts slowly moving on ahead.
okay.
Like, I mean, like
Okay,
I make sure they see me, but
I
I'm
have
like,
one other plan before we entirely call it off. I can summon an unseen servant. We could be right near the door, and then we could have the servant break the glass, and then they would be broken, and the avalanche would come in, and we could just take the key out.
Is there a range on Unseen Servant? Like, how
The
far
range
can
on
it go
casting
from
it? You can
Yeah, there's-
have it
yeah,
go
you
away
can-
from you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can cast it 60 feet away, but it's just a ghost.
Yeah, you can go to the exit, cast Unseen Servant, have the servant go down the mountain, and the servant, does the servant hover or does it have feet?
I think it hovers. I don't think it.
No.
yeah, it's just I think it does hover, and it can just perform menial
It
tasks
performs
like breaking
menial
things.
tasks like picking things up.
It would be
sweeping,
able to break
breaking
glass.
things.
Mhm.
Yes.
Whether the Unseen Servant survives.
It doesn't matter because the
There
avalanche
is-
happens and then we go get the key, or I summon another one.
Okay, yeah, you'd spend a lot more time in the room, which risks another avalanche, but technically, that is a soundish theory.
I'm just saying, this is the kind of magic I'm good at. I'm not good at the whole like kind of stuff, but I am good at the
I
whole
love-
like.
I love it. Can we do it?
I love this, but what we'll probably end up with is a mountain covered in snow, and somewhere in that is a gold key.
Put it this way.
We could put a rope around the gold key and tie it to something.
But not until the
Not
glass is
until we
broken, at which
break
point
it.
is it?
Oh yeah.
Put it this way.
I don't know
you
how.
can
I
always
know the
try.
Unseen Servant isn't very strong, but if they could pick up the key and just like yeet it over the avalanche, maybe.
I mean,
That's-
they might be able to like throw it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeet
I'm-
over an
I'm not-
avalanche.
I don't know. I'm just.
Look, I love
It's
the
the best I've
ideas,
got
and you
so
can
far.
certainly try.
This is just. I'm just trying to think of what I can use all of these useless spells I've memorized for.
I love it.
Nothing we've gotten in one of those gold rooms is worth all of our lives. God's leaving.
Unseen Servants are quite weak, though, right? They're like.
They are.
really
No, it will
strength-
not
Yeah.
survive. Yeah.
It won't survive. Yeah.
So I'm trying to think because it's like you could try giving it like a javelin, and then when the avalanche is coming, it puts the key on.
Bentham. It has 10 AC, 1 hit point, and 2 strength.
I know. I thought it had
tough.
1 hit point, but I'm like,
I-
if it was strong, you could give it a javelin, and then it can get the key, pick the key up, put it in the snow, and then stab the javelin through the hole of E, so that after the avalanche passes, there'd be a javelin sneaking out of the
That's
stuff.
Do you
actually.
think javelins are immune to avalanches? This is something
Well,
that...
they've got a low surface area, but like it's not
What
gonna, it might.
about? What about Unseen Servant
We're all
breaks
gonna die
it?
in here.
What about Unseen Servant breaks it, and Mecha Pietro grabs the key?
Then Mecha Pietro dies in an avalanche.
No,
Actually,
we can find
probably we'll
Mecha
be fine.
Pietro.
Like, you just got done saying how you intended Pietro to die, and now you're like, or send Pietro on a suicide mission to
It's
get
not suicide though,
loot.
because we can find him and he can breathe underneath the.
I
under-
will note that Pietro himself will suffocate.
But we can take
the-
we can take Pietro out of the Mecha Pietro.
Yeah, if you do that, that is entirely possible.
Yeah, that's
and
what I'm
the only
saying.
way that Mecha Pietro would get destroyed is just enough avalanche damage, which
Yeah.
is unlikely but possible.
So this could work.
That's what I'm saying. It could work.
Well, either way, we got to get to the door alive first. That's why God
I
is
would
leaving.
suggest if you want to do that,
Yeah, that first.
bear in mind that if you go up there with Mecha Pietro, then Mecha Pietro has to come all the way down again, which
No, he would
there could
stay.
be an avalanche.
He would
But
stay
he's going to
there.
stay there. Okay, so do you want to take Pietro out?
Yes. We will put
Okay.
Pietro in.
So, shink, shink,
chest.
shink. There's a tiny little chair and there's a pangolin in it with little controls. He's like,
He's like strapped in there.
you just like, carefully pull him out, and he's like, oh, it's cold. You
Aww.
like put him in under the furs and stuff, and he's nicely and kept alive.
So do you want me to the servant here? They'll last until you gotta give him the hammer. Though.
I don't even think you need the servant because Mecha Pietro can hit the thing,
Oh, all right. I mean, if we have a different plan, yeah.
right?
Yes, I think Mecha Pietro can presumably still follow the basic command of
Yeah,
smash
can it-
box,
yeah, can it-
pick up key,
Yeah.
when buried, dig.
Can it perform those types of tasks?
It can attack
Yeah.
and
It
defend.
can do a basic action, and it is intelligence 4, so it's smart enough that you can just be like, hold the hammer, and just punch the thing with a hammer. Like, it'll do it. It won't be finesse, but it's fine. Maggie, I'll also say make a intelligence check. There is something else you can do thinking about it, because you're on the edge of it.
Oh, okay. All right, I will intelligence check this. 20.
Okay. So an avalanche will do damage to everything on the surface. Mecha Pietro can technically dig.
Oh, that's such a good
Comes to you
idea.
as you're like, oh, pangolins are diggers. And although your Steel Defender doesn't have specific rules for digging, there's no reason that you can't just have it dig and bury itself.
Okay, so we pre-dig a hole. While we're walking, he's digging a hole, and then he's gonna hit it, grab the key, jump in the hole. And then we have to go back and find him.
Well, they'll be digging himself out too.
Yeah, that's true.
It also means that
he'll
any
dig
avalanche that
himself
happens
out
on
and
the
come back to us.
meantime,
Yeah.
he'll be protected against.
The one
once
thing to check
they
here,
You can go into
though,
ball mode.
one thing to check though, like the doors, are they in a wall, like an actual wall,
They're
where like
sitting there, freeform, just the doors and the arch.
So the avalanche will probably come from beyond the doors, but could we use the doors to shield us from the avalanche?
They would offer a modicum of protection. Effectively, you'd have advantage on the save.
Okay, so there is still a risk.
Oh,
Yes.
of course, yeah.
Because it's a small lip. It won't offer a lot of protection. But
Okay.
We're not stepping entirely out of the avalanche wave pool, so to speak.
it's only like a 10-foot like shield, and the snow will come around, so you're likely to be dragged in. But yes. Still, good thought.
This is the craziest plan ever.
I don't know. It's a plan.
Hey, we figured out.
And
We
the
just
worst
have
case
to
scenario is
survive
you need
first.
to make another mecha pangolin.
Yeah. so-
Yeah.
This is what happens. This is what happens when you put two gnomes in the same place and a shiny object on it.
I need it.
Literally. Yeah. Versus like the non-materialist druid is like, we don't need it. You guys
But
like,
we
but we
do,
do. We do.
We need it. Also, I'm a jeweler, and at some point, I do know enchanting and stuff. At some point, I can make these things if I have seen them before. Just an FYI.
Okay. So, Mecha Pietro is going to dig a hole. Unless that happens very soon. Unless an avalanche happens very soon, you won't need to test for that because it's just a matter of time.
Okay.
You guys are going to press on. So again, those gnomes who are riding don't need to. I guess one of them's now riding on Perrin, or both of them riding on the Diagan.
Someone could be on my shoulders.
Okay. You've each got a gnome
Or
turret.
not even though I could carry them both, I'm wary of them both getting hurt, like what happened last time. So I would try and get like let's diversify.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will be carried by Perrin. That works for me. I'm cool with it.
A gnome backpack.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In which case, the two taxi drivers effectively make me athletics checks.
You can teach him the nature of the force there. I apologize.
13.
Roll 20 conked out on me, and I had to refresh. So
Mary just talking in Perrin's ear the whole time, like, I did hear your thoughts for a little while there, and I wasn't super impressed, but that's fine. We can talk about it later.
Like that's
Oh.
somewhat uncomfortable,
Oh,
but okay.
no.
That's a natural
Gatton!
one.
No,
Bye.
Gatton.
Gatton, you take a point of
Direwolf
exhaustion.
Gatton. Ooh.
does that transfer over when I go back to my normal form?
Yes.
Oh.
Which means that you'll be going into tomorrow's tower point of exhaustion. Because it only clears
Even if I
one
sleep
when
tonight?
Yeah, even when you sleep, you only clear 1 point of exhaustion.
I mean, I
we
only
get
have
one when
one.
we get one when we complete the tower.
Yeah. Yep.
Dave is back
But-
at it again.
But with a roll of a 1, as you're trudging forwards, you stumble and collapse forwards. The entire wolf weight collapsing down on the snow. You pick yourself up, shed the snow, and start walking. Everyone make perception checks.
Are you okay?
Perception check.
Oh God, we're gonna die.
I am looking forward to
Natural
it.
20. There's an
Natural
avalanche. Everybody
20.
get ready.
Yes, 20 and a
Everyone and Perrin
23.
are both like, oh no, avalanche. You see this white cloud kind of blocking out a little bit of the sky, and you're like, wait a minute, that's not a cloud. As it starts.
Gatton, get up.
And it's like,
It's
here
coming
we go
again. We
again.
need to go.
Stab.
I accept my death. Roll saves.
you have notice. Anyone who wants to down a potion has time. I will give you notice. The avalanche is going to take like 10 seconds, so
I don't have any
a potion.
Yeah, we're out.
Have a spell slot if you want to use it. You have a couple of berries in the party, I think.
I ate one
Yeah,
already.
I have 10 total. Well, but they're well shaped into me. So
Yeah.
I am a giant dog. Do I have enough time to dig a hole to get like low, even with the surface, like I saw Pietro do?
Not really that much time, sadly. Like you have seconds. Not enough
Right.
time that you could down a potion you've got on your
Right.
body, but not enough time you could like dig
How about
a
run
meaningful hole.
to like
Yeah.
where
That
it's
gives
not.
that is because you have enough notice. You have an advantage on the save.
Okay.
Yes, you can try and run, then throw yourself flat, and
Yep.
Yeah, I would.
That.
Yeah, can we run?
Yeah.
Yes,
Mhm.
please.
We all have
yeah.
do we all have advantage on the save?
Yep, you make a strength or dexterity save as the
Okay.
crashes into you.
I could do a thing. Is
Oh.
there
What do you wanna
time
do?
for an action? Oh,
16.
there is
He
time
did
for an action.
say.
What do you
He
wanna do?
said.
might
just-
be. It's probably too late now. I was gonna say I could bless people.
I've
Oh.
already rolled.
Give them. I will say yes because it's just a flat 1d4.
Okay.
So you pop the spell slot. Everyone gets 1d4.
Yeah, it's up to
Dirty.
the creatures of my choice. So
19 now.
Who should I not give one to? I'm not looking at what the rolls are.
Oh.
Which should
Yourself?
it be?
I mean,
Because you're magnificent.
I'm big and strong, so I could see.
It
Give
should probably be Gatton because strong and can breathe in snow.
That's true. Okay,
That's true,
so
yeah.
everyone but Gatton is blessed.
Sorry.
All the
So-
nomies, all of Perrin's little nomies.
Shout out to my nomies.
16, 17, and then you, Perrin.
So strength save, D4.
At the end of the campaign, we're like
Oh
80
my
Oh
years
God.
Jesus!
old.
Even. Oh wait. Oh, I didn't advantage it. Hang on.
Okay, roll again.
Ooh, that's
Okay,
much better.
15 is better.
You just meet the DC.
Ooh.
Everyone passes. So you will take.
You might have to like
It's like,
resuscitate
with
me.
like one hand on the sword and the avalanche approaching. I just like put another hand up and boom, shiny bless magic.
You might have to like shove a berry in my mouth. I'm probably gonna go unconscious.
What was the total number again?
We don't know yet.
Oh.
Let
That's
me
why
just
I'm worried.
I was just trying to change music because
hang on. Before this death dealing takes place, is it possible that like when I see this avalanche, because we had some time at the very last second, I just like shake Arena off and like cover over her, like boom, and I'll take double
it
to stop her from taking any.
won't really affect things
It's up to
massively
you.
because you don't form enough cover, and you have advantage
Okay.
anyway because you've noticed, etc. And I assume that she does get off you, otherwise she would have disadvantage on the deck save. You have enough notice.
Got it.
However, I rolled incredibly low.
I'm prepared to take.
Whew.
Oh, well,
You
okay.
all take half.
We have incredibly low hit.
So
dice
you all
pools.
take, and this is pre-halved, 1 point of bludgeoning
Oh,
Hey.
and 1 point of cold damage, except for Gan, who takes 0 cold damage.
so we take 2 damage.
Hey.
That's
You
nice.
take 2 damage.
Oh yeah, because it's rounded up.
Yep. And you are buried 0 feet.
Yay!
Excellent.
So, at the risk of being meta, though, did it seem like we just kind of got lucky, or was this avalanche mechanically different somehow in a way that we might detect?
You would probably think it's related to the fact that you would collapse from your exhaustion and went on the snow.
Yeah, you
rolled a natural one
you are a
on your
big
reflex.
big wolf boy, and you just almost killed us all.
Yes, it's.
What we see is that, like,
Arena
grace and then just,
like runs over, crawling on the snow and like half falling into the snow because the snow's covering her, and she like grabs
so
onto
technically
your
you are
ear.
short, so I guess you are like half buried, and we find Arena like head and
I
chest.
grab on
like,
it. I grab on Gatton's ear, and I'm like,
You okay?
So what happens is you see this avalanche headed for you, but you see it ahead of time because you're both looking for it. And as you see it, you shout avalanche. Gatton quickly dashes in front of you. The huge dog plants itself. Grrr. Then you pick up your sword, Perrin, put that into the ground. The rest of you all huddle together, and then the avalanche kind of peters out before it gets to you, and just a bit of snow smacks into you. Most of it's taken by Gatton, but Gatton's, resistant to cold, and you both sort of look at each other, the gnomes at the back, as you're jostled a bit, but mostly come out of it unscathed. And as you're kind of bowled over, you're knocked down, you find yourself buried like half a foot or a foot.
And then I'm
you
going to
can
look
sort yourself out.
down to see how Mecha Pietro's doing.
Mecha Pietro, make me an athletics check because it might not have been buried enough. This is just to see if you bury yourself in time.
Disadvantage or just normal?
Just an athletics check to bury, so normal.
Oh, did I do the right thing? Yeah. 10?
Would still have to make the check, so make me a strength or dexterity saving throw.
17.
Takes 2 points of damage.
Okay.
As Mecha Pietro is hit a little bit, but is like half buried anyway. Like the head is knocked backwards by like a little bit of stone that smacked into it, and you just hear a dung. Okay. You're getting very close to the doors now, though. I assume you would like to take another short rest before pushing on, otherwise the DC will go up a little bit. But you could also just risk it and be like, don't want to risk waiting any longer. It's up to you.
I think.
Well, do we feel like we can rest by the door?
Probably. But
Well, because we got to do this Mecha Pietro thing too.
The Mecha Pietro tactic.
It's only 2 of you that need to roll. So if you want to push on, it's up to you. It's athletics check.
It does. It does. Like if we don't rest now, then it's a higher DC.
Well, we'll rest.
of
Well,
exhaustion.
I mean, we might get smashed by the next avalanche, but no, we'll take it. We can gamble on one. We'll do rest here.
Yes.
And if we're still not there, then we might have to.
Okay.
All right. So athletics with advantage.
gamble.
Not advantage because you're not going slow, but it's a normal roll. The DC is normal.
Oh, it's
you wait
just
10
not
minutes and you push again.
disadvantage. Okay, right.
17, you're fine. Perrin
17.
is also fine. However,
On noble Perrin.
make me perception rolls, everyone.
Okay.
Concerned.
Always concerned.
That was just the before avalanche. I got a 4.
14 and 22 from Mecha Pietro.
I don't know.
I will say Arena and Miri hear a from down the mountain.
Something's going on.
Yeah, I look. What is going on?
As you look around, you notice that again the horizon
Oh,
seems to be filled with
shit.
white. Mecha
We just
Pietro
did this.
passed the check. Actually, you did this about 15 minutes ago because you just spent 10 minutes resting.
Oh,
And
okay.
I rolled a random avalanche. So,
All right, let's do it. Bring it
what
on.
happened?
have
Did I-
noticed, thanks to Mecha Pietro informing you, make
Thank
your
you, Mecha
advantage.
Pietro.
As I'm bracing, I'm like, what happened? Did I breathe too loud?
No, this place just really sucks.
Strength, right?
17.
Strength or dex, yeah.
And Mecha Pietro has to make one too, I'm guessing.
Mecha Pietro by now will be buried, so doesn't need to.
Oh, okay.
Oof, the double 15s.
9 and
a
12.
double 11. That's
Come
Double 15,
on.
double 11. That's funny.
Okay, so
See
the
you
two
later,
strongest
guys.
members of your party are buried. Distracted Elf, Mary passes, Arena, you pass.
Whew.
So,
I don't have guidance
I didn't
anymore.
bless this time because I've only got one
Yeah.
spell slot left.
okay, everyone who fails takes 7 bludgeoning, 1 cold, which is halves to 0 for you, Gatton.
So it's
Those who
half
pass
of
take
that.
3 bludgeoning, 3 bludgeoning, 0 cold, so 3 bludgeoning.
oh my god, so
Oh my god, I have
close.
5 HP.
I
Oh no.
Oh.
What about.
God's
Okay.
help us if the next room is red.
Okay.
We
so
do have a red key.
with that, this second avalanche, you just notice it in time with, the shouts of Pietro from somewhere underground right now. You all look and you quickly huddle together. It plays over you, but because Perrin and Gatton are trying to take the majority of the brunt, they are bowled away. And as you look around, both of the gnomes pick themselves up, pulling themselves half buried out of the snow. Both Perrin and Gatton are nowhere to be seen. So,
This is so bad.
Perrin and Gatton, are you going to try and get out?
Yep.
Okay, make me an athletics check. Disadvantage because you're buried.
Can I use the shovel?
No, not for the first round because you can't reach it.
Okay.
We're gonna look
After
for
the first
them.
round, you can.
So I can cast that spell again, but then I'm out, like entirely out.
Well, we can look kind of
Which is
like in the area that they were in.
Yep.
No, I'll keep it to myself. No, never mind. Like, no, it was an OOC observation that I'll save for later.
Was I meant to roll disadvantage? That doesn't matter.
Disadvantage. Yeah, you did. So 5.
5.
You are stuck. You are pinned. Like one hand is flat against your chest, the other one is awkwardly positioned near your head, and you just try and move and you can't. There's so much snow on you. You're really stuck. What's your constitution modifier?
2.
You can breathe for 3 minutes. One of them is already gone.
Oh,
Gatton,
good.
however, as Miri and Arena start like trying to find them, make me survival rolls to try and find them.
I look over at Arena and I'm like,
18.
"You want me to cast a spell? Do I need to, and trying to look around at the same time, I guess."
Yeah, and she's like,
We should look for them first. If we can't find any signs of them, then you do it.
Arena 18, you find where both of them are. You see like a tattered bit of equipment, like something of Perrin's just lying on the surface. And as you find where Gatton is, you're like, oh, Gatton is here. A giant dog just goes, lands on all fours.
Hurry, we
1
need
minute
to
is
get
gone.
yeah, we're gonna try to dig Perrin out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I assume that Gatton's going to take the lead and you're going to assist.
Yeah,
Seems
I guess.
reasonable.
Okay.
He's a dog, he can dig.
Yeah. Gatton,
He's
make
over
me
here.
a athletics roll with advantage, and Perrin, disadvantage athletics roll.
Ooh, nice, 19. Oh, poor Perrin.
7.
Perrin still
not
can't
doing well.
move. However, Gatton, you start digging and you start pulling away snow as you end up just one paw just hits you in the face, Perrin.
I attempt to grab it.
Literally, just like kind of like bite onto his cloak and like.
You just physically and bodily pull him out.
Ugh.
You okay?
Like we're even. I can't
I'm
say
alright.
it. I just look at him and I'm like, mlerp. Right, like
face is no longer covered in snow.
Yeah.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
However, you are so close to the doors, you do not need to make another check. You
Okay.
can just get to the doors, this effectively turn, and then you have a plan.
We do. It's
I
a
think
bad
this is probably
It's
a
so
good time
bad.
to take a slightly early break because I really need to pee and I have no idea what's going to happen with your plan. So we might end up with some sort of weird situation going on that I want a second to think about. So we're going to go to a short break. We'll be back in 8 minutes and then we'll figure out if they can get the gold key, whether they'll destroy Mecha Pietro or whether they'll just lose Mecha Pietro and have to go looking. Anything could go wrong.
Bye.
Garbage. We're garbage people, all of us.
We'll
Garbage
see you in a bit.
We'll be back in a bit.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from our break for episode 19 of Ascension.
I failed to kill them yet.
Well, how much HP does everyone have? I have 5. 1.
29.
Okay, well, Gatten's fine. The rest of us, not so much. I have 1 healing spell left. We have 10 good berries. Do we have any other healing?
I have a healing spell and a potion.
If I come out of wild shape, I can heal, but then I cannot go back into wild shape. So sort of.
You know what they say, the last hit point is the only hit point that matters. So
You're playing the game on hard mode, El. For it.
listen, I'm doing the no hit run.
Hey, I made it all through an Avernus run with Chris Perkins as the DM with 1 hit point from start to finish. It can be done. It can be done.
Dang.
So, with that said, you now find yourselves next to 2 doors that are completely freestanding. There's a very thin archway around them, and as you look around the back, there is nothing there.
Cool.
One of them has a gold edge to it. The other one has no edge whatsoever. It's just
Arena's like
plain
putting her arms around both
rock.
sides, and she's like,
This is so cool.
I check the other door to see if there's actually a way to open it, because if it has a keyhole, we have a problem.
it does not appear to need a key.
Does it? Can I push it open? Does it like? How does it seem to work?
It starts to open.
I stop.
Okay, you stop. There's like 2 inches open. You can't even see through it. The door's so thick. Like it's moved a bit, but you would know that regardless,
So-
you will have considered to be activating the other room now.
why would you do that?
I didn't know it would just like go.
Oh
Okay, so we've
no.
got.
What color is that door? 1 second, sorry.
It's still closed-ish, right? It's like
We activated
one door
it.
is moved, but it's
You-
not. We can't see.
We can't see what's in it, but you activated it. What color is that door?
No color.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
so it's
random.
random.
Yeah, we've got
If there are
golden
enemies
random.
in there, then they are now active immediately. You've slightly
Or the
opened door.
timer's active or whatever.
Timer's
Fudge.
active. Yeah.
Okay.
You hear Gatton just loudly goes,
Arena like hears the door start opening and she peeks around the other door and she's like,
What did you do?
What I was gonna say is that we could try opening it and see what it looked like, and then maybe like take a step in to shield ourselves from the avalanche.
But you know that if you open the door, then the door is activated.
Usually it's like if you complete a challenge or whatever, then it like clicks and then you can go. It's not usually just like a jar.
Arena puts her hand on her head. And she
Gatton
then she
just
immediately looks back
towards
at
Pietro
yeah.
and looks at you. And
I
looks
think
at
we
Pietro
both
and
look
looks
back at
you.
Pietro.
You can barely. You can't see Pietro. Pietro is buried. Pietro is in a hole right now.
Okay, well, Pietro's got a job now.
How does Pietro know that now's the time?
Yes, do it.
How does he know it's the time to do it?
I thought he was gonna pop back up and we'd give a visual signal.
Yeah, I thought he was
Okay,
going.
You're pretty far away, but it's possible.
I thought as soon as we got to the door that he was going to do that. He's been making good perception checks. Well, now
Yeah,
I
make a
say
perception
that.
check for him.
Now he's not going to make a good perception check because I said
Yeah,
that.
it's entirely possible.
But I've been critting all the other ones. Crit fail 5.
Natural 1.
You see a slight bit of movement, but like nothing happens. What we see is the camera over there is Pietro's like, and just a little bit of flurry of snow just gets in the way. He's gonna spend 10 minutes waiting.
I got an
I'm
idea.
gonna check for an.
Just,
I can do a thing before that. Yeah.
Okay, what do you want to do?
What was Miri's idea?
I mean, I can make the signal way bigger. I'll just make a minor illusion, take up a whole bunch of space, and
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that works.
I'll combine a minor illusion with you.
Minor illusion's still only 5 foot by 5 foot, so two
yeah,
you
but I
together
can
will
make
make a
it. I
humanoid
can make
sized
it
one.
closer.
How far can you cast it?
I mean, 30. It's not that far. It's
30
like-
feet.
It's not gonna make a difference really.
But I could
because
make it very colorful in the snow.
Yeah, we could make
Yeah.
like a giant
that will
light.
decrease the DC.
We could make a giant
Yeah.
light, a
Like,
big ball,
if
a
you go-
10-foot ball of light.
Yeah.
It will be 5 foot by 5 foot by 10 foot, and it won't cast light. Minor illusion doesn't cast light. It will just be a color.
The giant
If you go
pink
30 foot
circle.
straight
Never
up,
mind.
that'll help with
Hold on.
eyeline.
I can make something maybe.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me see.
I went to go check if I had sending. I don't have sending, unfortunately.
Where is it? It's magical tinkering, right? Where I can make something. Make an object
Yeah.
that sheds bright light in a. Oh, it's in a 5-foot radius.
5 foot radius, and you're already in bright light anyway, so.
And I don't want something that emits sound. That'd be bad.
Gadden is only looking for the next avalanche.
Okay.
Before we give the signal, we should probably
Yeah.
like tie ourselves to
I
the
guess
doors.
we'll just make a bright colored minor illusion then. That's our
Yeah.
best bet.
That's our
All it would do
best
is bring the DC down a bit, but it's 5. Doesn't
I
see
go
it.
about tying rope around the doors that we can use to cling to the doors.
Bear in mind, if you do that, you cannot open that door while you're tied to it. You do that if you want.
Didn't the door open inwards anyway?
Like an inch.
Wait, when you push the door in from one side, does it swing open at the back?
Nope. It pushes in at the back.
So it's a
Yes.
push door either way. So you can still open it when you're tied to it.
Yes. Actually, yes. If you tie yourself tight enough, you'll force yourself through the door.
What?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be like super tight, but like
Oh, yeah, because the
If
door
it's tight enough that it'll
theoretically
protect you against
pulls
an avalanche,
right.
it'll push you through the door.
but it's like there's the door and then the avalanche is gonna hit. So if we're here,
How far away are we
There's a
from
rope.
Mega
Yeah.
Pietro?
A
Yeah,
long way.
no,
Like you've
How
traveled
many
many
feet?
hundreds of feet. Several hundred feet.
Because a bow can be like shot pretty far.
Yes.
Can I shoot an bow, like, and try to shoot near him? Maybe not even near him, but like just so he can see that, like.
If you did that and you attached like your little light device to it, I'd say that would like the test would disappear if you get a hit. Like you get close enough.
Okay, I'm gonna try it.
Okay. I will say that obviously this is disadvantage, and the DC is going to be probably like a
Why am I at
not
disadvantage?
too high. You're at extreme range with the bow.
Oh, okay. All right, here we go. 20 and
Out
a
of 20,
22.
As you're like, how do we tell him? And you just like start tinkering. You make one of your little light flowers and you put that on the end of the arrow. You strap it on with some tinkering, and then you like. It's a crossbow, right? So yeah.
Yeah.
And then scrambling out, Pangolin waddles forwards.
It's a
Towards
tiny
this.
hammer.
with a tiny hammer. Make an intelligence.
Oh no.
This is just for flavor.
Okay.
what
You've
about
already
the
told
rope
him what
stuff?
to do.
Seeing as we're about to cause an avalanche.
4.
You can rope yourself to the
It's
gold
very
door
dumb.
because that won't swing because it isn't unlocked. If you rope yourself to the other door, you will go through the door if it's going to make any difference. So it's
Pietro's
up to
not
you.
inside of
tie-
it.
I will tie a rope around the gold door and offer that to Mirian Arena.
Okay. Miriam Arena, the idea is that
I will
if
take
you...
the rope. That's fine. Yes.
Okay. Bear in mind, this is like being literally like your back against the door, the rope going around your front and just roping you against it so you can't move.
Seems good. It's all.
But
I mean,
you'll be fine.
either
in terms
way.
of
Yeah,
that.
Pietro's not inside of Mega Pietro. For those of you who just tuned in to this half of the episode and missed the first half because people are freaking out in chat.
Yep.
It's inside of Gatton's chest, which is now a wolf. So I'm not sure how that works.
Wolf?
I can't be
yeah,
inside.
that's yeah.
You can't merge two creatures.
I think Pietro's in either
It looks like a
Arena's
chest
or Gatton's
burster.
fur.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
Okay.
It's probably got to be in Arena's fur. It could be in Gatton's fur. Look at you.
Gotta be arena then, yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it
I
could be
would
in like
say
one of
arena.
my pockets.
Good, because otherwise, would be dead.
Okay.
Because when Gatton got buried earlier, Pietro would have probably suffocated immediately.
Okay, fair enough.
So with that, put the 4. Pietro's like, "Arr," bunk, and just hits it with his fist by mistake. He's trying to work out how to use a tool because he's not a tool user. Bunk. Bunk. Headbutts it. But this time, as goes to actually bunk it, brings the hammer in first just by accident, and there's a almighty crack, and then a sound like a wine glass shattering, but amplified hundreds of times as it rings around the valley. Again, you see an avalanche start.
I stand behind the other door for what protection it will give me.
I'll give you advantage.
Also,
England
maybe
chest
about to
burster.
flood that room with
Yeah.
snow, so that's fun.
Yes.
If it opens from the back as well, then...
Yeah, I'd try and get between the door for advantage. I do note motion to them that it's coming,
Yeah.
you know, and try and get some cover.
I'm tied to a door, so I'm.
Mech Pietro will not be able to know it's coming without making a check. So if you can make a perception check for Mech Pietro.
Will do. Come on, buddy. Come on. 24, natural 20. Mecha Pietro.
Nice.
Mecha Pietro
Oh my
will have
God.
advantage, and with a natural 20, I'll say Mecha Pietro tries to dive down the hole, which will decrease the DC for Mecha Pietro.
Okay, so
Make
he's...
sure to grab the gold key, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
that
that's
was-
his-
Yeah,
that's
it has
his-
to grab the gold key. That was the order, so
Yep, good.
smart enough to do an order or intelligence. Not particularly smart, but
20.
20. Okay, that means pass with flying colors, and then strength or dex for Perrin and Gatton.
If you're talking, Dave.
You said advantage because we have cover.
Advantage because you've cover, and you've noticed, like you've got plenty of time.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, 20.
20.
Wait, why'd the music just get all dramatic? I'm like, wait.
You've got an avalanche. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Mhm.
Let me determine which type of avalanche this is.
Oh my gosh. My stomach is growling.
Okay. So,
It like started right when the music started. It was creepy. That's why I said it.
I rolled incredibly high on damage.
Oh, good.
So, gnomes, you take 0 damage. You're
Yeah.
wrapped in such a way that there is basically no chance of you taking damage. However, the rope,
We're just like holding on to each other on the rope.
I will say the rope is destroyed. So remove that from your inventory.
Oh, that's Bentham's
But-
rope.
No.
It's tattered and ripped apart in such a way that the gnomes, if you were bigger than gnomes, I'd probably say that you'd still maybe take some damage. But as the avalanche subsides, you find yourselves just barely held on by the threads of a rope that's been hit with debris so many times, it's kind of a little bit frayed and just, it's useless as rope anymore. However, you completely do not die, because this damage would basically kill you.
Way to go,
In the
rope.
case of Perrin and in the case of Gatton, pre-halved, you take 4 points of bludgeoning and 2 points of cold, which
Four-
is 1 point for Gatton.
Did you say four points of bludgeoning? Okay.
So 5 points in total for you and 6 points in total
Okay.
for Perrin.
But then
Okay.
halved.
That's already halved.
Oh, okay. So 6 for me. I'm
Uh,
on 5 HP, but that's more than none.
Mecha Pietro, I will say, will take half again on that. So Mecha Pietro
So-
will take 2 and 1, so 3 points. And so none of you are buried either. So as the avalanche, I rolled really high. I rolled an 8 on an 8d8 and a 5 on a d6. So yeah. As the avalanche peters away, you find yourselves like pulling yourself up from the snow. You look over towards where the gnomes are kind of now free and just like pulling up bits of rope. You look over at the door. It's just open. And it's just sheet white now. The snow went through the door. And now you
I
have
mean,
just a sheet of snow.
If it's a combat room, it may not be anymore.
I mean, theoretically, it damaged stuff inside. Maybe. Yeah, we'll see. That's future our problem.
Yeah.
Still gotta get the key, right?
Now you have Mecha Pietro to contend with. Maggie, can you make me 3 athletics rolls for Mecha Pietro to see if Mecha Pietro can get to you before another
Come
avalanche?
on, Mecha Pietro. With disadvantage or normal?
Mecha
Bam.
Pietro.
Mecha Pietro. First
You
roll
can
is
do
a
it.
20.
Yes.
Okay.
Second roll is a 13. Third roll is a 10. That progressively
Getting
got
weaker.
worse.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know.
No.
It's probably like trudging through the snow is like.
The power cell starts to degrade a little bit, being like far away from you. It starts to get weaker, but it trudges on. I checked for avalanches. You got lucky. Nothing happens. And as Mecha Pietro gets to you, there's a hands you the key, and then the hatch goes ching, 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 ching.
The what?
The hatch opens up.
Oh. Nice. Okay, I take the key.
Do you put your Pietro inside Mecha Pietro?
Yeah.
Okay. Climbs back in, straps himself in. The eyes like flicker to life now.
I pat it.
Okay.
Good job, Mecha Pietro. All right.
I hold the key to everybody else. Just like standing there like.
Open it.
Okay.
Can we open the other door?
You go up to the gold door. You put the key in. It turns and then shatters in your hand.
Yes.
Door.
Gold door.
Inside, 3 pedestals. Well,
We
4
did
pedestals.
it.
But one of them is empty.
We did it.
So there was
You
a
have a
ring
choice.
and
There is a ring with a small blue gem. It's gold with 2 little wings coming out around the blue gem. There is a purple crystal that seems to be grown in many different ways and sections, but it seems to be kind of like a conglomeration of crystals in one blob. And there is a scroll.
ooh, which one do we think we want?
Rings are generally nice. The crystal's also quite interesting.
Yeah, the crystal's interesting to me. And scrolls, you never know what a scroll can do.
Could be a scroll of wish,
Getting.
and then we'll have more stuff.
I don't think so.
Just say it could be.
Getting in wolf form, looks at the scroll, kind of tilts his head, and just looks at the ring, and just sort of like nods his head up at the ring.
Yeah, it has little wings on it.
But you
so-
said there was a ring, a scroll, and a what? Sorry.
and a crystal ball.
a purple crystal that's like it's not just a single like crystalline block. It's many crystals are grown around like a blob, so it's just like jutting out in many different directions.
I will
I don't
say
know what
after
they're
he
called.
just
What
sort
they're
of
called, like crystal blobs that are like crystals, just
like a geode.
kind of like a geode, but like if you inverted it and turned it inside out.
Right. You see, Getting just like nods at the ring, but he just like sits there, not like insistent or anything. Like
It's a pretty smallish room, so like Gatton fills up half of it by going and getting in. So this
just the
do-
head.
goes in through the door.
We do have many fingers for rings, so, and I think we're all wearing the ring of health, like the seeing our health, and then I think we have the ring of warmth, right? And the invisible ring
And the
sold.
invisible ring, where when you wear it, it turns invisible.
Yeah, you haven't sold that yet.
No, I was keeping it because I might be able to learn something from it, right, later.
You might be able to make it into an actual proper ring of invisibility with a bit of work.
It would
Yeah,
effectively decrease the cost of making a ring of invisibility later.
yeah, that was the
Or,
goal.
you know, even a ring that like you could cast invisibility once per day or something if you want a lesser item that you can make earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, which we won't be able to do till later game, but holding on to it is a good idea. I'm fine with taking the ring if you guys are out of character.
Yeah, no, that sounds good.
Yeah, I like
The
ring.
crystal
ring seems
ball
like a good
thing
bet.
does sound interesting to me just because I'm like,
I'm
what is
intrigued,
it?
but yeah.
It makes sense that Parrot and Arena are both like, ooh, what is it? Because it's strange.
So-
If you want,
Artifact,
if you want to
gems,
study
yes.
them, you can try and get a vague sense of what they do from an Arcana
Ooh,
check.
Arcana check. Yeah, let's do
It will
it.
only
I'll
give
give
you a
it a
vague
go.
sense, but it will give you something.
Okay,
I
I'm
wanna
really good at
Arcana the
Arcana. Yeah. 21.
18.
Right, 21 and 18.
Actually,
I mean, together.
I could.
I'm trying.
I do have
to roll, but
consequences, and I could potentially add myself another d6 to get even more info on it.
You gain a level of exhaustion on an odd number.
I know.
Oh god, yeah,
Ring-
don't do that.
Okay.
Exhaustion
Don't do
carry on
that.
for tomorrow. Yeah.
All right.
But if
I'm
you
just
do
saying.
get 25, you'd get a lot more information. As it is, you'll get some. So.
Okay.
I would
So-
like to roll. Also, sorry, everything like roll 20 wonked out on me. I realize I'm not a big Arcana boy, but there's always a chance.
Yeah, you never know.
So let's see.
Arcana's my
here.
thing. I'm
Yeah.
very
Oh,
proficient.
yeah, we have another wizard too. So.
Yeah, that's
16.
true.
Right?
If everybody else has already rolled high Arcana checks, I don't think I really
Do it.
need
You
to.
never know. You could get a
Can
natty
just
20.
Still be a 20.
All right,
You could do
Al-
it. Just
Always a
Elf,
chance.
you could be the one.
All right.
You're like, oh,
It's
actually,
the
that's
matrix
power.
of leadership.
20,
Ah.
see?
An
Yeah,
unnatural
20,
20.
that's fine.
Because of the
Good.
nature of being a wolf and being unable to really communicate with everyone else, and because your background's slightly different, I would say that you don't really get a lot from this. Also, because you can't manipulate the object to have a look at it in fine detail.
You lick it.
But
Smells like a
especially
ring.
Arena and Miri, but also Perrin to an extent with the archaeologist background, etc. You get a little bit of information. Firstly, the scroll is easy. It's a scroll of frost fingers.
Frost
You won't be able to
fingers?
copy or anything, but it is closed and it says frost fingers on it.
That's. I didn't consider that it being a scroll on a pedestal, we could just kind of read it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the point.
But you can't open the scroll. It is closed, and you'd probably consider opening it. Would probably consider taking it. But you do find like inscribed on the edge around the wooden like wheel component. It does say frost fingers. The site, the purple crystal does appear to have a small light inside of it, and looking very faintly at it, seems to have something to do with either telepathy or mind reading or some sort of mental effect.
Ooh.
And also maybe something to do with light, considering it is glowing slightly. And the last one, the ring, seems to have something to do with health and healing.
Ring,
Yeah,
get the ring.
We take the ring.
I was about to be like, maybe we should go for the gem.
Yeah.
This seems neat, but healing, nope. Healing ring,
We
get
need
it,
the
get it.
healing
Gone,
so
done,
bad
solved.
right now.
You just, all of three of you just like,
We look
Ring,
at
you'll
each
grab the
other.
ring.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
all.
just like this sigil seems to indicate healing. Mine.
Take it.
you grab the ring.
Yeah, we agree that the ring is the best option.
I'm going to say the standard line of, do you want to take anything else? But I think you'll know
No.
better. Yeah.
No.
Nope.
As much as I do, no.
Okay. You leave the room?
Yes.
You close the doors?
Does the door disappear? Gold one?
No, it just closes.
Oh, interesting.
I walk over to the other door and I get out my shovel.
Okay.
I don't know why I have a literal shovel. I don't need to pretend I'm holding one. I get out my shovel. It's invisible, apparently.
You get out your invisible shovel.
We're unworthy.
Okay.
We're unworthy.
There we go.
There it is,
Make
yep.
an athletics check advantage.
So yeah, getting digs too. I am a
Okay.
wolf.
I will assist in digging for one of them.
Yeah, in which case you can make advantage as well, Gatton.
20. Just I realize this is my fault, so I'm happy to do the
Actually,
digging.
isn't Gatton at normal? Sorry, Gatton.
You're assisting. Oh,
No,
he's
the
exhausted.
exhaustion. Yeah, exhaustion. We'll take the first roll, which is a 25. So,
And it's a nat 20.
It's a natural 20.
But
yeah.
it's a skill, so it doesn't
so
really
both
matter.
of you just start like powering through. Perrin on one side, just digging. On the other side, there is a wolf being assisted by a gnome, and just pushing forwards. Otherwise, it'd be a 17. So the gnome helping. And you just start churning through the snow. It doesn't even really slow you down as you push your way through and find yourself in what appears to be a large room. 100 feet, a couple of 100 feet across. And it appears to contain a small, just random bit of terrain. There is a little bridge in front of you, off to one side, a little low rock wall. On both sides, what appears to be a large stream or like a small river, which is frozen over. McPietro can't fit.
Oh,
The door
okay.
can only have two people side by
Gotcha,
side.
gotcha.
In fact, probably only one wolf, but yeah. Across
mind-
the
oh, well.
stream appears to be a small cottage as well. It's a homely cottage. Probably, a cottage you wouldn't be out of the norm in the dead cities, off by itself in the wilderness. Small wooden cottage with tile slats at the top. Little porch. Out front, it has a sign sticking into the ground with like a flat bit on top and a table in front. And at the far edge, you see a large grey door sitting there.
Is that the exit door?
Is-
That sounds like it.
Looks like the exit door.
Is there
Oh,
any
good.
is there any sign that the snow has damaged anything in here?
The bridge has had like one side of the railing completely ripped apart. The stream in front of you is half covered in snow over the ice. And the front of the cottage, some of the plants that were originally like covered in snow and just sticking out have been just completely covered. And it's not great, but nothing's been overly damaged other than the bridge.
I guess after a second, like Gatton slowly goes inside to make sure they can all get in before another avalanche comes.
Yep.
Okay.
I keep an eye out for witches offering us scones.
I go in.
We what did we establish that being a wolf with a sense of smell, but technically in the stat block they do not have advantage on perception. So did we come down on that in any meaningful way?
You don't have an advantage, sadly. It's already a very good stat block, but you can still roll perception if you want. But what are you looking for?
Yeah. Actually, I am smelling. Like, do I smell anything alive in here? Is what I'm after.
Make a perception roll.
I think you're at disadvantage.
Is that
Yeah.
So something I could do before we, get into a dangerous situation potentially is could try and.
way
Oh,
past?
okay. Never
that?
mind then.
No, really sorry. No. What? Yeah.
What do you want to do, Elf?
I could, well, actually, it might not work in here because everything's magic, so detecting magic won't really help us find.
Detect magic would have an effect.
Oh, okay.
And it would have been. Oh well, yeah. Because it helps us know what type of magic things are, which can be helpful.
And also, if anything's invisible, it'll be visible because it'll be illusion magic in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
If you don't cast it, you can.
Yeah, sure. I'll cast detect magic.
Okay. Are you casting it as a ritual, or is it just a
No,
one-off?
I'm just gonna cast it as a one-off.
So firstly, you don't smell anything in particular, Gatton. As for Miri, as you cast detect magic, all your senses kind of go to that extra level where you can see effectively an extra dimension to everything. Everything glows a certain shade. And as you look around, everything in here has very faintly an illusion, which you probably are familiar with this. Everything inside the tower is an illusion of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
But this is all very high quality illusions to the point where you can definitely see that they are illusions, but only just. It's very faint. Anything else would also stand out to you. So you would still be able to see other things because they'd resonate different frequencies in your vision or whatever. And they'd have different colors to the type of magic that they are. And as you look around, everything seems to be the same kind of bog standard, well-made illusion.
Yeah, I mean, it looks fine. Mostly tower stuff, the usual.
No
At least from here. If
detecting
you
of
want to
any
walk forward, you can.
there's no detecting of any runes on the floor under the snow being here's how you complete this room.
Nothing I can see.
That's good. That's good.
I'll keep looking. I mean, it's gonna last.
Do
for
I
a little
see a
while.
key? I'm gonna be looking around for anything that looks like a key.
Okay. Well, currently you're just at the door. If you want to go to, say, the cottage or the sign or the bridge, you can do so. Right now, if you want to just have a look for a key from where you're standing, you can do so.
I mean, I guess.
I'll check the sign.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to figure out where the key would be, if there was a key.
Yeah. Wait, we don't need a key for the last room, right? We just don't finish
No,
if we
no.
don't beat whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah. There's just a challenge of some kind.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Could be a
true. But
as
it
you-
might be another key because there was a gold. There's 2 other gold items in that.
It
Oh, this
normally
is
is.
this is the 4th room, so there's probably a gold key somewhere in the
Yeah,
room.
that's what I was thinking.
Somehow, but we might have to do a thing to get it.
Well, why do you think there'll be a gold key?
Also, we did
Because
all
in the
the last time, and maybe that was not worth the amount of greed that we did.
there's also that we're kind of at a limit. But in
It
the
was
first floor
not.
of the first floor of the traveling tower, there were 3 items in the gold rooms, and there were ultimately 3 gold rooms.
Yeah.
But since then, you've been in many times where there have been more items than there have been gold keys. Many times.
That just means we weren't very observant.
Possibly. Okay, so first things first, you go up to the sign. It does say in common. Here we go. There is a sign sitting out front of the cottage. Below the sign is a small table, which Miri has a different enchantment on it. It appears to be some kind of detection enchantment of some kind. It seems to be sensing something. As you read the signpost, it says, "As the river travels, I go the opposite."
What goes opposite of the river?
Fish. Some fish, anyway.
I look down. Are there any
Clouds?
fish?
The river is frozen over, and there's a lot of snow on it now from an avalanche. If you want to clear away some of the snow and have a look through the ice, you can.
I guess I look up then.
There aren't fish in the sky.
No, I meant just I look up to see what's up there.
Okay. Make a perception check.
You look up, assassin vines, all of them, everywhere.
A whale lands on you.
Oh God.
Oh my god, natty one. I got a
You think
4.
you see a fish in the sky, but actually it's just a cloud.
Okay.
No, the sky
Oh,
is a
that cloud looks like a
uniform kind of
fish.
grey with a slight illumination. It's an omnipresent illumination, but it's kind of like the same you'd get on like a cloudy day.
Okay. So I see nothing. All right.
My best guess would be fish. I could also see maybe it meaning like rain clouds, like the water flows down to the sea. Then it
So you have it, by the way.
clouds
I'll
goes
print
back.
it in chat for you.
Ooh, okay.
I mean, vampires don't like running water. Could be it's probably not that.
Arena looks at her very peculiarly because that was an interesting place to go.
If ever a tower was to contain a vampire, it would probably be this one.
Yeah. It's probably not vampires. It's just a really
No,
wild...
there's
Just
just other
entertaining the
vampire
idea.
stuff that has happened in this
Yeah,
campaign.
the dead cities were ruled by
Also,
vampires for a while.
my family knows a lot about vampires because the cities that we lived in were ruled
Okay,
by
so
them.
my random joke hits a little different.
Yeah, yeah. We're
Gatton's sword is
PTSD.
also Gatton's sword is also formerly owned by a vampire lord and was removed from a dead vampire lord.
All sounds great. I'm super glad that's where I went.
I like how Elf's like, I was just making a joke. Why is everyone looking at me?
Also, I will
Yes, it
require
could be
everyone
vampires.
Everyone has to hide their chat just in case chat figure it out because
Yeah.
it's
I don't really.
Okay, minimizing. Doop.
okay. There is a cottage.
wording-
There is a little river that's frozen over, broken bridge, a rock wall around the
That's in my
stream that
notes.
seems to be kind of broken. What would you like to do?
The wording does seem slightly strange. There may be something we're missing about it.
Maybe.
Sorry, cats went crazy.
I would like to stealth towards the college or the cottage.
Okay, I mean, in theory, you're right out front of it, so it's up to you
Oh,
if you
okay.
want to
Oh,
solve.
okay. Yeah,
So
but
is it-
Literally out front of the cottage.
yeah, like like what's the scale here of like what's the
I mean, the cottage is about 30 foot across by about 25 foot deep. It's not huge by any means. In fact, if you walked into it, you'd probably knock over all the furniture. You could fit through the door, actually. The door is not large creature accessible. Sorry.
I'm fine slowly approaching and just looking through the windows, being wary of not
Perception check,
touching
yeah.
anything. Yep.
Could be another river going the other direction. That would be... no, probably not that either. Mary's just like talking to herself while she tries to figure it out.
So there's the
Arena has successfully rolled to disbelieve.
there's a river with a bridge over it,
So
right?
there's a small river / large stream that goes like across as you walked in. There's a small bridge that goes over it that's now somewhat broken, and there's a little rock wall along both sides of the bank. You went
Okay.
over the river to the little cottage, and then that sign is out front.
Okay, the sign is out front of the cottage.
Was
Yeah.
was there a table next to the sign, did you say?
Right in front of the sign, just below it. And from what Mary sensed, it has some sort of detection-y type magic on it.
Is there anything sitting on the table?
As Gatton looks in, this huge wolf head comes down to one of the windows, and you look around. It seems to be a very pokey, like old lady-esque cottage. You can see like a rocking chair and a big fluffy flowery sofa, and a lot of little figurines and ornaments, and there are teacups sitting around. There's even like a little kettle with a little doily on it. But everything is themed. Everything is themed in creatures. Some of them are like beasts, some of them are fish, some of them are birds. But everything is heavily themed. Like the things on the mantelpiece are different types of creature. The sofa itself, like there's a small pattern around the edge. Even like the lampshades, where the little like oil lamp sits. Everything is highly themed to different types of creatures, birds, etc.
Do any of them look like salmon?
From what you can see, there is like a little dish sitting on the mantelpiece, which has, you know, some like odds and ends in it, which appears to be shaped like a salmon.
I don't know how to get that across to them though, so I'm like,
as Gatton is looking in that window, Perrin's like, my best guess is we need to put a fish on this table.
and I turn and I like literally like bump him with my head, and I look in there.
And yeah, I'll attempt to follow what Gatton's pointing at.
Okay. Do you enter the cottage? Because you can get this if you just walk inside the cottage, because Gatton will be able to direct you.
Arena will
I'm
go.
wary of that. I
Arena
will
go in
peer
the
in the
cottage.
window a while first before.
As you peer in the window, Arena walks into the cottage and you see Arena.
I'm like,
play
I
a
gotta be
game of,
careful,
like-
guys. What are you doing in there?
Hey, you. And as she
And
opens it, she's like, "Will
fireball.
you open the other door?"
I didn't mean to open it.
But like, Arena,
That's
as you
what a
walk
one
in, you see
perception
this
looks
very
like.
much like an old lady cottage, and everything is in this pattern with like different beasts and animals and fish and birds, etc. And as you go up to the mantelpiece, you play a game which probably takes about 2 minutes of. You grab
I will
the
just say-
salmon-shaped bowl.
Okay.
Anytime she comes back, like if you've seen that, like the gif of the dog with the birthday cake, just no, like anything that's not
No.
the salmon, I'm like, no.
Like at one point, you like bring back this like little furry hat that's got.
Hey,
some, like,
I'm an
ears on it, and you're
intelligent
like, no.
person. Come on. And I also can speak with beasts, so I feel like it wouldn't take that long.
You can
But-
speak simple concepts.
Okay,
with
let
these,
me
you can
roll
tell
an
him, and
int
he can
check
give you-
then to see how
You'll
well
be able
it-
to find it. Okay.
I know, but
How long
like
it
to see how
takes you.
quickly
Yeah, we
we
get it. We
get
figured
there.
it out.
20.
20. You get it at the first thing.
Yeah. I meant just for how quickly we get it.
We have an elaborate system of 6 barks means salmon. You know? We've been together a long time.
Yeah, it's getting
Morse
like
code.
really.
It's really efficient.
specific
It's
at
a
this
binary
point.
system of.
You would say it's efficient.
Thank you all for tuning in.
Can I
That's
take away,
so.
like, an
This has been
inspiration?
Ascension. We're gonna just
You got
there
it.
you go. We're done here.
Wait, can we have inspiration?
I was going to say,
I
take
love you
away
so
an
much.
inspiration
By the
from that.
way, man.
You little salmon bowl. What are you going to do with it?
I'm taking the salmon bowl to the table.
The table.
It's
detects
probably the bowl's
stuff,
probably huge for
so
me, so I'm like,
I guess if
it's
you
not
put
big.
it on the table, that might work. I think.
Well, either it'll open the door or it'll trigger some kind of fight. Let's find
If
out.
the answer is salmon, it'll work.
Well, I just as she comes out with the salmon bowl, I do just kind of like nose it, and I like look at each of them, and I'm like,
I mean, it's my
I'm ready,
best
my
guess.
sword.
My second best guess was
I do want to
vampire.
say,
It's not a good guess.
did I see anything else that looked interesting in that room to me that seemed maybe out of place? Because everything was like animal themed or whatever.
Nothing really seemed out of place. Everything was very heavily themed. Everything, like even like that walking stick with like the head of like an animal or something. Like everything very much.
Was
themed.
there an animal that was more prevalent, or was it like
No.
one of everything?
In fact, one of everything.
Oh,
And pretty much every animal you could imagine, and every bird and every fish you could easily imagine off the top of your head as being maybe appropriate for this sort of biome was there.
okay. Yeah, I kind of like stand before the table, and I think Arena says like a little prayer to the Raven Queen, looks up, and then places the bowl on the table.
As soon as you place the bowl on the table, there is an almighty crack, and it breaks in two.
I don't think that was the right thing.
A good sign? Bad sign?
no,
don't
look
know.
around. I'm like,
I
see
look
if
inside the
if
bowl.
anything's
Is there something inside of the bowl?
Okay. Hmm.
Did the door do anything?
Literally nothing.
Okay, I'm gonna go back in the room and look if I see anything else in there.
Okay.
So you just said there's a whole bunch of creatures?
Many, many different types of creature. Things you'd expect from this sort of biome. You will notice that none of them are monsters of any kind, aberrations, etc. like that. No monstrosities. It's all beasts, fish, that sort of thing. Anything we class as a beast, really.
As the river travels, I go the opposite.
I don't know. Could be that's not really opposite so much as just stopping, though. So
Is there something in there that's like a crow? Is the crow flies is probably opposite to how the river travels?
It's a bit of a stretch.
Salmon didn't work.
And there's nothing else. It's just the river, the bank, or the river bank, the bridge, and this little house.
Bridge, this little cottage that is very full of crap, and rock walls on both sides of the river.
Is there a beaver? I still at a 19. I don't know. I've surveyed this place.
Inside the house? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I wait to see what they're gonna do, but again, I am kind of like I feel like my head is the size of Perrin. I'm like, I rotate around and look towards the beaver.
How big is the table?
The table's about like 3 foot by 3 foot. Well, probably about 3 by 2.
I was gonna say, could Gatton fit on the table?
I mean, you could put Gatton on the table, but Gatton would not be resting on the table. He'd just be on it. You could do that.
I mean, he is a creature.
You can try it if you want. I'm not gonna say you can't.
I mean, so far in his lifetime, Gatton has only really traveled downriver. We haven't actually gone back to Oleona yet.
I mean, maybe he has before now.
You don't know, yeah.
Do you want to try that?
I don't know. I don't
know how
I want to break the table. That seems bad.
If it's not literally salmon, because that is the definite
that makes the most
literal
sense, yeah.
answer, then it is some tricky bullshit answer that has to do with the words in the thing. So let's go word by word and figure out where we can make this thing happen.
Okay.
I like. Okay. Is it a riddle? Is it now replaced with? Is it a tricky bullshit answer?
Well, because because it's either the literal answer or some crap. So let's see.
Some crap. Okay.
As the river travels, I go the opposite. Well, opposite suggests backward, but none of those words go backward in any way.
Yeah.
That makes any kind of sense. And the river travels.
It could be something that moves away when the river travels as opposed to when it doesn't. Maybe sometimes
like
the river...
Wait,
the river's frozen. The river isn't traveling.
I mean, this river isn't, certainly.
I check, like, at a certain depth is the river flowing?
Yeah, is it frozen because it was frozen, or is it frozen because of the snow?
It's frozen because it's frozen, but it's not frozen all the way down. It's frozen for the top about, like, 4 to 6 inches, and then below that is water.
River travels is a weird, because rivers don't travel. They don't move. The water moves.
Travels, the river doesn't, except the river
the flow of the river travels.
Move sideways over time and can snake and erode.
Why'd you freak out about?
Archaeologist, this is my specialty.
I'm just thinking maybe it's a different word for travel. Maybe there's some other thing, and it's just this is all.
No looking at chat.
Some bullshit.
I'm sure they're yelling it. I'm sure they.
I don't have it open. I can't possibly know.
Well, I was saying the water flows, not travels. But
okay.
I don't know if.
But is that the river traveling or the water? Is the other question.
But isn't the river just the water?
I mean, I guess yes.
The bridge travels opposite to the way the river travels.
No, it travels perpendicular.
I mean, it doesn't do opposite so much.
I don't know.
It's inter.
Well, no, but it's but that's the thing. The water's traveling. The river just goes in a line, and the bridge goes there's no opposite if it's a line, apart from perpendicular.
If I'm gonna go back in and look at the creatures that are in there. Of those creatures, besides the salmon, I guess a lot
fish?
of. Yeah, or I guess a lot of creatures will swim up upstream.
Mary's just racking her
Yeah, I
brain,
mean,
like standing by the
like
table.
beavers build dams. There's as the crow flies, as parents said. I mean, presumably there's some negative repercussion of guessing wrong too many times in a row, though. So
Okay. Well, do I see beaver in there?
There is a beaver in there. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a little like beaver figurine just sitting on the mantelpiece.
Okay. I take that and I look around and I'm trying to see if there's any other creatures that are normally are in a river, I guess. Because like you said, there are creatures that are native to this area, but like what creatures actually go in the water?
Water creatures, plenty. There'd probably be about 3 or 4 different fish things that immediately jump out at you. And there'd be a couple of things like there'd probably be like a frog, like pillow. There'd be yes, Dave?
I didn't mean to interrupt it. I mean, finish the description.
There'd also be like probably like a little like water beetle insect, which is like a toast rack of some kind.
Is there anything in there that is not an animal, like an elemental or something like that, or even like an overly stylized elemental, something like a
Everything in there is what you consider to be a beast.
Okay, so there's just only creatures in there.
So the answer like almost has to be some kind of animal.
I mean,
someone make me an int roll.
Are there any plants in there?
No.
Can any of us make an int roll?
Can it be an investigation or pure?
This is just an int roll because this is just for a clue.
12.
20.
15.
Okay.
successfully
Aaron,
disbelieved.
I will give you a clue. This isn't like a fancy clue. This is just a you've come close. There are 2 things it kind of depends on. You've mentioned both of them, but you haven't mentioned them together. So you haven't joined the dots. But you have both parts of it, and you have said them literally in the last 5 minutes.
Oh,
You haven't said them
okay.
close enough.
Ah, crap.
So I think
Wait.
animal is important because
So we have the beaver.
But also, what? What else have we mentioned?
The thing I was about to say, and maybe this does tie in and maybe it doesn't, is rivers also flow downwards, ultimately.
And I did say river flow instead of travel.
Maybe it's,
maybe
maybe
it's-
we have to
maybe
replace travel with something.
Maybe the directional thing is the part of it.
I'll say you're very close, and that's what I'm going to say for that 20 plus the 15 added.
And that was why I asked about plants, because plants grow upwards.
Oh my god, I just got it.
What?
Did you?
Oh.
Flow backwards is wolf. Opposite river travel flow backwards wolf.
Okay. See, I was close. I was gonna put Gatton on the
God damn
table.
it.
Is there another wolf in there though, besides Gatton?
You remember that when I described a hat you took out earlier, that hat had little ears. It was a wolf hat.
I go take the wolf hat out. I was going the right direction.
If
with
you'd have put
Yeah, we
Gatton
were
on
on
the
the right
thing,
track.
what would have
you put
happened?
the wolf hat.
Yeah, I put the wolf hat on the thing.
Okay, as you put the wolf hat on, I'll tell you right now, if you'd have put Gatton on the thing, I was like, technically you would have put a wolf on the thing. That would work.
God
Aw,
damn it!
damn it! I should have done it.
That's why I was like trying to keep a straight face.
That would have
Hey,
been great if
all
we'd
things-
done that and it had worked. We'd be like, but why?
We wouldn't have
This,
known.
what a bizarre corner case. I
If you'd
gotta
have
tell
been
you,
wrong,
Maggie.
Gatton would have taken D8 force damage though.
It's well, that's why I wasn't going to do it because I'm like, I'm not getting blown up by this thing. I will say, Maggie, I give you a hard time when you don't speak up with your ideas, but you super said it and you were super right.
Yeah,
I'm
you
saying
were.
that out loud.
The clue was because Maggie had said flow repeatedly, and then Elf said it must be a word backwards, and I was like, that's so close.
Well, because it's always that when it's like opposite whatever or, between
Yeah, it's like some kind of-
whatever.
I'm
It's
going to
always
open chat
something.
now and see how much they've been yelling at us.
I'm just gonna say we would have been here the rest of the day, and I never would have arrived at that. But past a certain point, I would have gotten frustrated, just been like, "Fine, I step on it," and you're like, "It works," and we're like, "What?"
It's unfortunately very true.
Oh, that would have been
Gatton's in
so
his dire wolf form
funny.
right now. There
I
we
just
go.
was like, well,
I am
the only other
direwolf.
animal here is Gatton. That's why I was thinking that.
I'm also
Gatton's
currently
bad.
24 hit. I'm 24 hit points in my wolf form, by the way. While you're setting it up there,
Arena's the one who put it
I'm
on
a-
the signpost.
Yeah, I put it on there.
I'm a bit of a crunchy wolf.
I'm concerned that we've come to the map now.
Yeah, me too.
Yep. Well, you did fail it once before
Yeah.
getting it right.
Oh,
So,
no.
unfortunately, as you put it on, the table kind of shudders. And then the wolf expands and gets bigger, the hat turning into a ball of fur that grows limbs and turns white. And blue starts to smoke from a mouth that is filled with fangs as it turns into a winter wolf.
Oh man, shame we didn't have to fight the salmon instead.
EE.
Can we just
Over
be
that
friends
one,
with it? Let's just be friends with it.
EE. One thing we did not articulate is I do, in fact, have a blessing of a winter wolf.
Mm-hmm.
How, if any way, do I feel like that would affect this? Because we,
Oh,
basically,
that's fine.
Icy Tana and Gotten talked in a way you and I didn't. So I'm like,
That's
feel
effectively
like
the blessing from a quasi-wolf spirit attached to him specifically, not all wolves. So you're okay.
Okay.
As it's
Well, what I mean is,
this
what I
broken
mean
sound
is,
bowl turns
Mhm.
into a wolf as well.
two wolves.
You have a wolf and a winter wolf. Sorry.
Yo, dog, yo. I heard you like wolves. Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna calmly talk to it.
Everyone roll me initiative.
You see, Gotten.
Hey, friend, how's it going? Everything's fine here. Now,
Yeah, right.
How are you?
We've done it before. We've made friends.
It's true.
But these are like magic, not fronds.
But you don't know. Maybe they are our friends.
They're magic, not fronds. So EE. Again, it gets wibbly here, but my dex is higher in this form. I have 2. So I basically have 2 to this initiative, okay?
Can you roll initiative with the direwolf?
I cannot. I don't have it on the sheet. But
Oh,
just
there's a little initiative button in the middle.
even on my wolf sheet?
on
Am
the
I
wolf sheet
blind?
next to the word actions in the middle. Little init button with a little dice above it.
I'm super blind. I just do not see that.
I will. You know what? Look at Discord. I'm going to screenshot it for you.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I'm looking right at it, but I just it's
There you go.
like my eyes are betraying me. I apologize.
That is a small button.
It is.
Oh, what? Let me see. Oh, there it is. Ha! Womp womp. Sorry.
Oof, that's rough. That's rough, buddy.
That's a 1, by the way. That's a 1.
Yeah.
I got a 22.16.
Yeah, you're fast.
You know what? Honestly, Gadden's looking at it and he's like, would I have turned into the winter wolf? Like, wait, I have several additional questions as these like wolves are coming to light. Like, wait, hang on a second. Would that have been good? I don't.
Maybe they would have had to fight you. Probably not good on the whole.
More questions than answers now, and that's what
Yeah.
Gadden's running through his mind. Is
I'm
like,
definitely
oh,
really
man.
curious now.
What does it look like when someone who is transformed into a wolf transforms into a wolf?
Yo, dog, yo, I heard you like
You
wolves.
like
I'll be
wolves?
Mecha Gadden. You know what it is? There it is, like Mecha Pietro. I'm in a bigger wolf. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. Let's start off with Arena. This large wolf, snow white fur, piercing blue eyes, and a mouth trailing a little bit of like blue fog appears in front of you. Go go.
Or maybe you could not. We could just be friends. We're just your friends.
And Arena's gonna grab some rations out, put it down. Friendship.
Oh god, you're all dead. Okay.
I have 5 HP. I need to like disengage from this situation.
Do you want to disengage or do you want to interact with it? Up to you.
I think I'm just.
Okay, so you think about getting the rations up, and you're like, that's really scary, and this is probably not a thing. Okay. You want to take the disengage action?
Yeah.
Okay. You move half through friends, or you can move like diagonally to here and then away.
Yeah. But I think here.
Yep.
Actually here, because I need to get to the bridge. Maybe. Shoot that way.
Okay. Bonus action, anything you can do? Oh, you can order pangolin.
Yeah, I think Pangobot is gonna rush up here. And I guess attack. Are we doing this? I'm guessing we're doing this, right?
We gotta.
I don't think we
Alright.
have much of a choice, yeah.
And I do need a heal. I only have one heal though. 22 for attack.
That is a hit.
For 8 slashing.
Okay. That is actually pretty painful. So, Mecha Pietro starts running and like slides in, and claws come out, rips a chunk out of the leg of the Winter Wolf, which goes. Okay. That brings us up to the Winter Wolf.
Yeah, Winter Wolf turn.
I'm really sorry.
Just do what you're gonna do.
Yep.
Just fucking kill me. It's cool. Don't worry about it. I'm not even.
The Winter Wolf pulls back, and you see the fog that was kind of just flowing out of the mouth start to inhale. And a cone of ice blizzards out in front, hitting Mecha Pangolin, Miri.
That's their ship name.
Perrin. It is. That's the ship name. And also Gatton in wolf form. I need all of you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Hell yeah, 3.
We're
Bye,
gonna
roll
die.
one.
Oh god.
17.
Hey, nice.
14 from Mecha Pietro.
Okay.
I am resistant to cold.
You are resistant to cold. Okay, and what did you get on your check?
Not enough.
Oh, 8. Okay. So Gatton, you take. Okay. I'm gonna just say it's cold damage, and you can halve it afterwards. Everyone but Perrin and Mecha Pietro fails. So Perrin and Mecha Pietro, you will take only 10 points of cold damage. Everyone else takes 20 points of cold damage.
I'm dead. Like, actually.
Like straight dead? Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh, because that's more than double your HP, right?
Uh-huh.
Can Pangobot do a shieldy thing? Is that
Yeah.
applicable here?
Pangobot can do a shieldy thing.
That's against an attack, right?
Deflect attack.
It's not an attack, it's a
It's not an
air
attack,
effect
it's a
cone
spell,
weapon.
yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was like.
Yeah. Sir Edmund's
Yeah.
interpose thing, I think, would have worked, but not that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All good.
Keep the
It's-
body.
It's not over yet. I already, yeah. I already
was
had
literally-
a plan. I already had a plan to go to the temple to get a greater restoration because we cannot go through the 5th floor with me exhausted the whole time. So now we have to like bring you back from the dead and also get a greater restoration. I'd already worked that.
I'm next in the queue, and I was gonna heal Mary first.
Okay. Sorry, Elf.
That's okay.
I always feel really, really bad. Okay.
Somebody
Everyone
has
else?
to die eventually.
Anyone?
You
Yeah,
just haven't had anybody die for 19 episodes.
Especially at low levels.
Out my noodle. We're not done yet. Yeah, don't worry about it. Time is the
We're
gateway.
gonna
death is the
be
door.
done in like another turn of this.
Miri is absolutely obliterated by like a icy
Yeah.
blast from this wolf, and
You
is
see
very
Miri
much not
the
breathing.
brunt of this blow, and just crystals form, and Miri freezes in place, and then just collapses, frozen to the core. Pangobot's still alive. Perrin, you are still alive, and Gatton, you're still alive. Okay, that's the Winter Wolf's turn.
mean, I am down, though.
Wait, did Arena go down too?
No, Arena's out of range. Oh, Perrin is out. Right,
Okay.
yeah, Perrin is down. Perrin
Yeah, I'm at
falls flat to the
-5.
ground. Okay, Perrin, it's your turn.
You mean death save?
Mm-hmm. 1 to life.
16.
That's good.
Okay. Mary, I'm gonna remove you from the tracker. Sorry.
Okay.
The wolf is gonna run up to Pangobot.
I think we're gonna die. We can just run to the final door, right?
Nope.
Okay.
The final door only opens when you complete the challenge in the final room, and it's also the room that marks you.
I have a key.
Does a... I rolled 2 2s.
That's not gonna make this better. Don't use the other key.
Like my solution, I have a key.
Technically,
Oh, God.
I don't know what happens if you just run up the tower being chased by an illusion.
Wait,
We have
maybe
to
that would work.
Complete this. Nothing good.
Probably nothing good. You could also take Mary's body up there, and I've got no
I
idea
get-
what would happen.
Oh, don't give us those kind of ideas.
Look, weirdness happens up there.
Oh, no.
I know what might happen, but it could be bad. It could be good. But anyway, I rolled 2 2s to hit, even with advantage, because pack tactics. I rolled 2 2s, so I got 6 to hit Pangobot, so I completely whiff. The wolf just completely skates on the snow and misses. Gan, you're up.
No. Rage. And go after the winter wolf.
Okay, the wolf rages and just stands on top of Mary's body.
Like, nope, we're holding court in the street, man. Like, nope.
Fair enough.
Wait, what was that? Oh, that was. Sorry. Roll 20 lagged. Parents died. Just rolled across the screen from me. I'm like, what was? I didn't hit anything.
Oh, weird.
All right. So yeah, it's laggy for me today for some reason. Do I have somebody close enough for me to get my own pack tactics?
Yes.
Pangolin, yeah.
Okay. And rage also. Or
that's
not.
enough with 10. Unfortunately, a 2 and a 5. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, if you go forward to bite, you actually accidentally step on Mary and slide. Mary's body's kind of shunted off to the side. Oh god, I know exactly what's gonna happen if you do go up the tower. Could be very bad. Just warning you. Okay, Arena, you're up.
Arena is gonna.
Arena's down, by the way.
What?
Arena's
Aaron
down.
is down.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna heal you. Okay. I do. Can I run up to him and then run back?
Yeah, it's 10 feet to run up to him, 10 feet to run back. You got 5 feet left.
Okay. I will run up to you, heal you, then run back, and then go to the bridge.
Sure. You can go up 5 feet because you can go diagonally. If you want. If you want to go onto the bridge.
Okay. Where is the door in this room?
It would be center of this wall here, so here.
Down here? Okay. So let me do the cure wounds on you. 7. You're
Okay, Aaron, you get
come
back
back
7.
to life. 7.
Nice.
Ankobot is gonna repair himself.
Aha! Coming in
Or-
useful.
2d8 plus 2. 14. Ooh. He's back to full
Nice.
HP. And that will be my turn.
Okay, that's a good turn. The Winter Wolf is going to attack. It gets advantage if it attacks Pangobot, so it's going to attack Pangobot.
Yeah, this is like Among Us. Amiri is just kind of watching. Aha, I was the imposter all along.
I got a 14. Is a 14 a hit?
No, it is not. He's got a 15 here.
Ooh, with advantage, I got a 14. As Winterwolf bites down, Pangolin just Mecha Pietro just puts their hands up and holds the jaws apart.
Yeah.
Shoves the wolf away. Okay, Perrin, you're on the ground, prone.
Okay, suddenly I'm alive. Miri is dead next to me and everything's a mess. He's
Like,
not.
like-
He's gonna do. Perrin's gonna do his personal equivalent of raging.
Which is?
I'm gonna get up. Can I get through Gatton to the other side, to like the corner of the cottage?
Yes. Also, make a quick nature roll for me.
Nope. Okay.
Nature roll. Interesting.
14.
Yeah. You will know that wolves have pack tactics, so the winter wolf is going to be getting advantage, and the wolf will be getting advantage when they're next to each other attacking a common target.
Ooh.
Just FYI, if that.
Do you have a
infects your
slide
tactics
ability,
anyway.
like that you can push him away? Push him back some feet or
push
something.
him
The thing
back.
is,
You can't get
thing is,
to do
I
that.
can do a lot if I focus on the big guy. I can't do
Okay.
as much if I focus on
That's
the
very
little
fair.
one.
Yeah,
You
but
could
we're
also
all
use
gonna
to focus,
die.
like, you could say, but yeah.
Yeah. Is it a free action to drink a potion?
Nope.
Getting that
Bonus
right.
action for you. Action if
Damn it.
someone feeds it to you. Hey, we already.
Damn it!
house
I wanted
rolling
to
it
use
make
my.
it a
This is the
bonus
one
action.
time I want to use my bonus action. Ah.
I'm sorry. I'm already house rolling to let you drink potions as a bonus.
Yeah. That I'm
If
gonna
you
be
want to,
really
like-
stupid and I'm not gonna drink the potion. I'm gonna
Oh my
run
gosh.
run by Gatton over to this side.
Make sure you're behind it or something.
Winter wolf. You know, winter wolves are somewhat clever. Not super clever, but they are clever. Just bear that in mind.
I don't want to not.
No, it's totally legit. I'm just telling you what you know from your knowledge already. It's certainly an option. I'm not saying it's a bad option. I'm just saying bear in mind that I'm letting you know ahead of time.
How much is a healing potion? Is it 2d4 plus?
2d4 plus 2. On average, you'll get 7. But it will be your
Seven's
bonus
nice.
action.
It's what I'm running on right now.
Up to you, man.
I'll drink the potion. I can manage without it for the moment. In fact, in that case, I go for the other one. I go that way.
Yeah, in fact, I just checked. You took 15 feet of your movement to get up. Going through Gatton would take 20 feet of movement. So yeah, you wouldn't have been able to. So yeah, you down your potion.
If
go
I'm
over the
if
other
I'm
side.
not, if I'm using my bonus action for the potion, then it makes more sense to go for this guy first. So, did I never make a? I should have made a thing for the potion. Okay. 2d4 plus 2. That's
6.
6. I'll take
You've
it.
all rolled below average for potions this session, which is not great.
Right, and then I'm going to take swing at the wolf.
Okay.
Wait, what's your max HP?
I'm saving all my fancy gubbins for next turn.
Elf?
14, but my HP was at 1, so.
Yeah, but it's your max HP. It has to double your max
No,
HP.
it's if you
No,
go
no, it
negative into your
doesn't.
max plus
If you go
your
negative
existing.
into your maximum, you go down.
Yeah. So 1 HP plus the 14 is 15. Took
If
20.
if I had had 10 HP, then that you'd be right. But I had 1 HP, so 15
roll a
would have
d6
been
again,
enough.
-1.
Equals or exceeds your hit point minute maximum, though.
Okay,
13.
you do 13 points of damage. You swing down and just angry at this wolf, and the blade just goes through the midsection and cuts into. It's dead instantly.
Nice.
Sweet.
Okay, that was good then.
Yeah.
Next turn, I'm gonna do
That's
all
why I
the
was like,
fancy
you should
stuff.
kill the little one.
It's now
I know
the
it's
wolf's turn.
like paladins are all about like murdering the big one. So,
I know, but like
I have to
sometimes you
hold
just
off on
gotta
my
switch and
stuff.
like go on the
Yeah.
on the ad,
Okay, it's now Gatton's turn.
especially when the ad is buffing the others.
Spend one of my spell slots to heal myself. So I heal for it's a bonus action to heal for a D8, but that's not reflected on the sheet anywhere. So can I just roll a D8?
Yeah, just
Okay.
do /R space D8.
Cool.
Heal for points, which, you know, still good.
Wait, how much was it? It's all hitting for me. 4. Okay. All right. So 4 up and then attack. I'll adjust
Okay.
my health in a second. But do I still have my pack tactics? Because Pangobot's are here, right?
Pangolin is
Yep.
there, yeah. You got
Yeah.
back tactics, you got
I'm
advantage.
going after the big one.
That's a hit.
Hey. And then I do the biting, and I'm also doing the raging.
11 points. Okay, that's pretty hefty. You bite in and you rip off one of
Also,
his ears.
it has to make a strength check to see if it gets knocked prone. It's DC 13, but it is possible.
14, sorry.
No problem. And I'm going to give myself my 4 hit points back.
And we know
Okay.
in character, we know that we can't heal. Like once the ring detects that Mary's like 0 HP, like I can't.
You would know that she's at 0 HP. Now, people who are unconscious and bleeding out are at 0 HP. People who are dead are at 0 HP. So you wouldn't necessarily know.
Okay.
I mean, she looks pretty rough though.
Yeah, she does look very rough. As in, like, make him a medicine check, Maggie, just
Okay.
for your
It's just more of like would my character would
Yes.
definitely run over. Like she's a very
that's
nurturing and caring.
That's a very fair point.
Like I don't want to
you know,
metagame like,
kudos to
oh, I
you.
know she's dead. 16.
She is currently
16.
a mere icicle.
You look over and she is completely frozen. Not as in frozen and might defrost, as in she is completely frozen. You look over and you will know she is dead.
Okay.
But thank you for bringing that up. You know what? Have
'Cause
an
I-
inspiration because it's very fair.
Yay. I was like,
You
I
may
would.
add a 1d6 to any roll of your choice. for the
So I was
rest
like,
of
I
the
would
session.
definitely just run up to her and try to like jam a good berry down her throat or
I
something.
gave you a ring of metagaming, and you pointed out that it doesn't allow you to metagame in this one circumstance, and I fully respect that. So it's now your turn.
Okay, because I knew it was my turn coming up, and I was like, well, I'm gonna run over and try to shove a good berry down Mary's throat.
Yeah, it might not work totally very well.
But yeah, out of character, I know it's not gonna work well, but in character, I'm pretty sure.
The good berry just smushes against the ice.
Oh no!
That was what would happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
You just like basically drawn like a smiley face in like red berry ink.
It's a
Be like,
good berry slushy, though.
I would have been content with it happening because that's what my
Fair.
character would have done.
yeah.
With that, I think Arena says like a short prayer to you, Mary, if your ghost is up there, and I will avenge you by shooting this creature or attempting
Yeah,
to
kick this wolf's ass.
kicking its ass.
I'm gonna
Yes,
need
embrace
to
embrace Erithis.
do a thing. That is
22?
a hit.
7, and the inspiration is not for damage, right? It's only for
No.
Okay.
Sorry, but it's a nice hit there.
And Mecha Pangolin is gonna do the same.
Now I need to actually do a thing. Real
11
quick
does not hit.
11 does not hit. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
That brings us to the wolf, who is unfortunately now going to have to choose targets. It can smell the scent of blood on Gatton, and so will make a bite attack against Gatton.
Let's go,
longer
let's
gets
go.
advantage. I
Makes
got
sense.
12.
That is not enough. Even though I'm a squishy wolf, that is not enough.
What's your AC?
14.
Oh.
Okay, you're getting lucky. Oh, I do get to check if my breath comes back.
I'm like, one of us is already dead, and the rest of us are nearly dying. I don't know if lucky.
My breath does not come back. It is now Perrin's go.
Light it up.
Right, now we
Perrin.
do the things.
Light it up.
So, Perrin steps into the place left by the two halves of the wolf he just sliced through. And before he takes his swing, he grabs at his symbol of Erithis and says, I will destroy you for what you've done. Which gives him advantage on all attack rolls, because it's Vow of Enmity. Badoop.
He's grabbing
Okay.
a book.
Just in case
So
you
you're
do
concerned
a thing.
about the book grabbing. And
Look,
then,
I need to, in case you do random things, I need to pull from really weird places in the
Oh,
lore.
is it in case we decide to like break the tower and
Yes.
sneak through the back to revive Miri?
My character is going
I
to
hate that I'm
propose it,
down
you know.
for this plan. Honestly, I
You
hate
know
that
my
it-
character is going to I already said like she's gonna try.
I know.
But out of character, if we don't want to, you can persuade me not to.
Yep, I was gonna, but now I kind of want to be like, do it. 17. Oh, and I'm smiting before
We
I
might not get to the other
that's
time.
happening.
You don't need to declare smite depending on damage roll. Well, no, you do. So, but yeah. So reroll
Also-
both of those. Just reroll the attack entirely.
Yeah,
Yeah, might as well.
you can declare after the attack roll. Yeah. Yeah.
But before damage roll, yeah. So 12, and then roll your smite as well.
Badoop.
So 21.
Total of 21.
Ooh, okay.
The big damage.
You just hold up your symbol, and slice of gray light plays out, but this time it's tinged with like a cold blue to it, as that cold rage fills you as you look over at Miri's corpse. And with that, you clasp it in your hand, wrap it round your knuckles, put them to the sword, and you can see that light begin to flow up the sword. And as you bring it round over your head, you just bring it down like massive two-handed strike into the side of the wolf as it's paying attention to Gatton, and it cleaves a huge chunk out, and blood starts to flow down the side of this white wolf. And as it hits, that light explodes inwards, and you can feel the wolf's entire body shudder over to the side. It is now bloodied. It's its turn, however.
I will just say when that happens, just Gatton dramatically goes.
Okay. It's its turn. No, it's not its turn.
It's Gatton's turn, right?
Gatton's turn. Gatton,
Yeah, I was
you're
like,
up.
did Gatton go?
Yeah, sorry.
No problem. I'm peg tacticking with my brosif here. All right.
13 is
Ooh.
just a hit.
Yes.
Hey, thankfully.
Okay, 10 points.
And it does have to
looking
strength
rough.
save.
It will make a strength save.
It's just a 13, but you never know.
You say that, I got a 10. So with that,
Hey!
as you bowl into it and like grab part of its jugular and rip, like it doesn't tear most of the jugular, but there's a big sheet of blood comes down and some fur is hanging. It gets bowled over. Which means it's prone, which unfortunately means Serena's turn, and you kind of have disadvantage against it because it's prone. I will say it is a large creature, so if you don't want to have disadvantage, I'll let you have a normal shot, but it will count as having a little bit of cover from your friends in front of it.
No, I'll do a disadvantage. I'm fine with
Okay.
that.
It's just like having a large creature be prone is not as huge a detriment as it should be. So
Oh, maybe I shouldn't have.
sadly, it
I would've
costs
had
you
a
a natural
crit.
20, but you still hit.
Okay. 9, and then Mecha Pietro is not. Mecha Pietro gets advantage.
Yes, because prone in combat. Yep. I will say it is looking very hurt right now. As that coral, the coral slams
14?
into it in the gap. 14 is a hit. Yeah. The gap rent by the actual like 6 points of damage. So this gap that's been made by Perrin, the coral slams into it, and you just see it disappear inside the body. And there's a as the contorts. As it contorts, Mecha Pietro comes in and starts scratching for one of the eyes, and it's just shaking its head as it's trying to claw around the eyes. It's taken a lot of damage. Like a lot. It's looking very hurt. It's its turn. It's gonna get up. It does recharge its ice breath, and so with that it goes. And it's gonna hit Perrin and Pangobot.
Okay.
So I need Pangobot and Perrin to make dex saves.
Okay. Five. They both got 5. They both got
Both of you
5.
fail, and both of you take 17 points of cold damage.
That's too many points.
Oh. 3
There I go.
HP Pangobot.
Oof.
Okay.
I'm down again. Damn it.
Your vow of enmity didn't help you with saves or anything of that nature?
No, it's just a advantage of attack against it.
And that's its turn. Perrin, you make a death saving throw.
No paladin aura or anything of the sort?
Nope. That's level 6.
nothing.
Doesn't he make the saving throw on his turn?
It's his
It's
turn
my
now.
turn now.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
2
Natural
points.
one.
2 points to death. You are one
Oh,
turn away
good.
from dying. Mm-hmm.
One save away.
Oh my god!
Anybody got any good berries?
Gatton, it's your turn. There is a very injured Winterwolf in front of you, but there's also Perrin, who's now coughing up and spitting blood as he lies on the ground.
Oh my
If
gosh.
my mouth's open, you can just like throw a
The
good berry.
only
from the
one who
distance.
has one is Pietro, and he has to climb out of the thing to give it to you, right?
Mecha Pietro can give it as an action, I would say, because it's just object interact.
Okay.
You'd have to tell him to, and he'd have to make an int check to know how to use. No, it's food. You just have to. I'd say an int check is needed to know that will save him, but it's probably something you can do. Okay, with a 21 to hit.
I'm gonna say sorry if that posts like 3 times because roll 20 is being buggy for me. I had to hit it a couple times.
It came up. Okay. So 21. You do 10 points of damage. It had 3 HP left. Please describe this for me.
I just see Perrin fall, and I'm just like, and just like pounce on it, and just like keep ripping until its head comes all the way off, and throw it over into the river.
To Perrin and roars, and the breath comes out. You take the opportunity to jump on top of it, and you curl your head around and grab it by the lower jaw. Its lower jaw locks open as the last bit of the breath fades away, and you start pulling, and the jaw is already open, and you just start pulling it past extension until you hear a crack, and the head whips round, and then you just use that momentum to twist all the way, your teeth kind of acting like a can opener as you go around the neck, and then there's a horrible wrenching sound as it goes and comes off, the head landing in front of you.
I don't want to be too meta, but it's like I feel like the moment I rip it off, it just turned back in again and just shove a good berry in Perrin's mouth.
Fortunately, I'm gonna need to do this by the turn order, so like that can happen.
Yeah.
You can drop it as a bonus action, right?
I can drop it as a bonus action, so I don't drop the rage, but I do drop the wild shape on the off chance something weird's still gonna happen in here.
You drop the wild shape. You're now Gatton is there, ready, like going for the good berry. In theory, you can hold the good berry out for the pangolin if you want.
Mm-hmm.
It is now Arena's turn.
Yeah, I don't think I can move up there. 5, 10, 15, 20. Oh.
You can get there. And like free action, you can take the good berry from the pangolin if the pangolin's holding out, and then action, you can shove it in your friendly paladin's mouth.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. Just shove a good berry in your mouth.
Okay, like you smack your hand against his mouth with really hard force as you're just trying to get the berry in before he dies. He's coughing up blood right now as he's crawling on the ground, and like your hand is covered in Perrin's blood, and you're like worried about him as you see slight flicker of life return to his eyes. His bloodied mouth kind of unblotches. The bruise is starting to disappear. Perrin, you are alive.
Arena
Very
just
nice.
like hugs your face. She's like like cradling you and holding your head.
Everything hurts.
Thought you were going to die.
That's fair, so did I. I like slowly
And then
get up.
I look
Lean down and I hit him with a cure light wounds.
and I look over at Miri and I'm like,
I don't think she survived.
We can get her back.
Arena kind of like looks up to the like sky. Is it still cloudy in here? Like the illusion of cloud?
It is a solid, like overcast gray with an omnipresent light.
I'm at 6 HP.
I do go over to Miri's body and I very carefully pick her up and I say,
Leaving the tower restores us. Is it possible that's what will happen to her?
No,
I'm guessing that's not how it works.
that
It
is.
fully heals you. It doesn't resurrect the dead. I'll also, since you already know this in character, I'll repeat this. As soon as the marking begins, anyone who is alive gets marked. If she's dead, you're all going to gain a level and she won't. If you escape this room, technically the marking session won't begin if you escape quickly enough. So if you would step outside, you can delay things. So if you want to do something weird, now's the time.
Perrin has not considered this, but I'm sure Arena
Arena's
is now doing
about
so.
to do so. Arena's like,
Okay. What
was the last thing Gatton said? I was gonna reply to him.
we can bring her back. That's all he said. He didn't say like how. He's just like, we can bring her back.
I think I have an idea of how.
And Arena,
Okay. I'm going to put my GM finger up, and I'm going to give you this disclaimer. What you're possibly attempting to do is going to be trying to randomly get, and is randomly get, a heal in some way, without having a cleric to beseech a god, or having a scroll of resurrection, or even going to a temple and paying for a scroll. You're effectively trying to get a free revive. I will tell you now. What I think you're planning to do is possible. It could also have many other outcomes. Many of them also could be bad. So just bear that in mind. That is my GM disclaimer. I'm putting this out there because as a GM, I feel that I should behoove you of the
But what is a story
risks.
without a little bit of risk? What is
totally
a
fair.
story without a little bit of risk?
And that is totally fair. So I will put down
But
my
out
GM
of character,
finger now.
if anyone's feeling really strongly about not doing this, you are totally welcome to persuade my character not to, and we will in character not do it. But out of character, she's gonna try to persuade
I also,
you.
just so you know, out of character, have no strong feelings. So
But
like,
we have strong
mean,
feelings. You're the
I-
first person that's gonna like die in a tower with Arena. This is.
I just recognize that these are characters that are enduring, and mine is temporary.
Yeah.
I reach
Also,
over.
what you're planning to do, you could possibly have only one character partake in it, and the others could just sit in the bottom of the lobby.
That's
You're
true.
planning to do that.
I heal Arena for 6 before I know she's about to do something crazy.
Okay.
Like,
So Perrin goes up 5, Arena
Yeah.
goes up 6.
Perrin is going to argue, and Bentham thinks this is a terrible idea, but kind of also wants to see what's going to happen.
Okay.
Ironically enough, Gatton himself is only at 11. I look down at her and I just say,
If you're thinking of using the key, I
She's
say
holding it.
no. There's more at stake than this one gnome's life. She understood the risks. I will not stop you, but I say no.
What? The key now?
She's holding it up.
How is that going to help?
Don't know, but
She looks back up at the clouds, and she's like,
I feel it in my heart, Aaron.
We have to come back
I
tomorrow.
felt it in my heart when the giant avatar of the Raven Queen was stomping after us last time we did that.
I know, but
We can go to the temple. We can just pay for them to help us.
if I was given this, I was given it for a reason.
And what if it's your one chance to save your brother somewhere down the line?
Corbin would understand. Everyone's life matters. And if Miri put her trust in me, I must put my trust in Miri.
Mary put her trust in herself. She was a brave adventurer and died as one. Whether or not she can be restored.
But Gatton, I cannot be the reason someone is gone.
You aren't the reason. That was the reason.
and I point at the head on the ground.
That was not you.
But
We
it
all
was
do
me.
the risks.
It was me who put the salmon on the table. It would always be me.
The salmon
you say
barely made a
this-
difference. That wasn't even...
The edges of the room, you see a slight gray mist.
If you do not want to go with me, give me the body and I will do it.
No.
And I do like turn slightly away from Arena.
Not like this.
she looks at Mecha Pangolin, and she nods at him, and he's gonna try to take Miri's body from you.
I won't hurt Pietro. Like I'll athletics keep away, but it's like I'm not gonna hurt Pietro. I'm
it's
aware
just a
she's
gra- it's-
fragile. I'm aware she's
grapple roll.
fragile too.
Yep,
so-
it is a grapple roll, so
Yeah.
there won't be any risk of damage, but feel
Yeah.
free to make your opposed athletics checks. You can use to defend your acrobatics if you want, but
I did
Question.
I dropped my rage though. Yeah.
My inspiration, can I use it with Mecha
through
Pietro?
Mecha Pietro, you could, but Dave did roll natural 20.
Okay.
Sorry. In theory,
I
you
feel
can
like-
keep trying to grapple until the marking session's
I
complete.
basically just like I feel like I palm Pietro's head and I'm like, no.
We will go to the temple arena. We will bring her back. And if not, we will remember her and her bravery. Not like this.
Has to be like this. We don't have much time. We need to go now.
That key could destroy this tower, and if we're going to use it, there's many other towers in the world I'd rather use it on, I'll be honest.
I don't know if it will work on any other towers.
I'd like to live to try that.
You are beloved.
There are
of
other
the-
ways.
The Raven Queen is your goddess. I cannot believe she would smile upon you, destroying the greatest bastion of her glory.
Then why would I have this key? There has to be a reason. If I have even a chance, I would do it. And I would hope that you would all do it
There
for
is
me.
a reason.
I'm gonna open the door anyway. Whether you give me her body or not.
And Arena's... I only need a part of her, right? Arena is gonna...
It depends what happens.
Arena will dexterity save, like slash off some body part of her and take it with her, and she's gonna. Her and Mecha Pangolin are gonna run through the fucking door, unless, like, out of character, you guys are really opposed to it.
No, go for it.
Okay.
Okay.
Perrin will forever argue not to, so the only way is if you make it happen.
Gadden tries to grab her. Like, it may or may not succeed, but it's like I'll carry her out of here like a screaming toddler.
Is it a dex save?
We'll see.
You will need to make an acrobatics save.
Theoretically.
All the athletics.
Yeah, acrobatics or athletics.
I will say, Gadden, you're at disadvantage if you want to hold the body.
Is it a dex save or a acrobatics?
It's acrobatics.
Okay.
And Gadden, you'll be disadvantaged if you want to hold the body. If you want to let go of the body, it's fine.
I'll let go.
Okay. In which case, Mecha Pangolin grabs the body immediately.
I'm gonna use...
Oh,
here it comes.
1d6.
Oh, God.
It's a 2. That's enough.
Oh!
20.
With that.
I can't believe I just barely
Let's go
made
of the
it.
body to try and grab Arena. Arena dives in, and Mecha Pangolin grabs the body.
And we're running.
It's up to you whether you want to still break an arm off or something, Arena.
No.
And you start legging it.
If he gets the body, then by the time I go to do it, the body's not there, I'm assuming.
Okay. As you get to the door, that mist is starting to close in around all of you. You literally have seconds
I run
now.
after her.
If the mist hits you, you'll go into the marking, and then that will be whoever's in the room will get marked, and the rest of you will lose out. If you get out of here, you suspect either you will miss the marking, or it will wait for you to be in the room again. You don't know, because you are
Let's
losing.
hope it's the latter. Here we go.
Gadden said no and is not going to go deal with the Raven Queen. He just stands there.
It's fair.
Perrin goes after Arena.
Okay.
Like, someone's gotta...
Okay, Arena, you get to the door.
I put the key in the door.
Roll me d20.
God.
As you grab that key from around your neck, you pull it out. This cog,
I'm shaking.
deer-esque key with cogs. You plunge it in, and you turn the metal key.
19.
It shudders. You can feel it vibrate in your hands, but again, it holds firm, and the whole door opens. And no longer is it leading back to that avalanche valley that you once entered. It leads into a small stone stairway that goes upwards. Gaffin, you will know one thing, by the way. It's up to you whether you want to stay where you are. Just giving you the heads up. If you are in here when the marking session begins, and you get a level, and no one else does, next time you go into the tower, it will be a level 4 difficulty, and only you will be level 4. So it will be a lot harder for the rest of the party. It's up to you whether you want to do that or not.
We've all made our choices. He's standing right here.
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
I will say as an option, you can just stand just inside the door in the base of the spiral. Okay. So with that, you see the mist envelop Gatton. And for the first time, people get to watch what happens when someone gets marked for an outside
We'll just say,
perspective.
as the mist is coming in, I just say to her in Gnomish, good luck.
Gatton passes out and collapses on the ground. And you see very faint, floating, shimmering white light above Gatton that seems to be changing. And you see patterns appearing and disappearing. Do you speak a Celestial?
I do.
He said he does.
No, Gadden
You do.
does.
You're out.
Yeah, right.
Arena
Mhm.
doesn't, I don't think. No, right?
No, I don't.
You did briefly.
I did
okay.
briefly. This is true.
Yeah. The pattern's hard to see anyway, so it wouldn't have told you much. But you start heading up the tower, and you climb, and you climb, and you climb. And eventually, after climbing many floors, in a rush, you make it through to a central chamber. With a crystal in the center, large, iridescent, flashing different colors. and around it, symbols on the ground, divided into what appears to be about 13 different sections. And in your arms, cold, frozen gnome. What would you like to do?
Arena, kind of talking to herself, goes,
There has to be something here.
and Arena's gonna kind of like look around for anything that resembles something about resurrection, healing, any of those words that she's.
Okay. All the words around here, all the symbols, are written in Celestial. You vaguely remember what happened last time, though.
I shield my eyes from the crystal because I feel like there's some relevance to that.
Okay. You are very fixated right now. You have enough presence of mind that if you want to do that, you do. You're fine.
Yeah, I get the feeling that once I'm looking at the crystal, I'm going to keep looking at it. For a certain amount of time, you said to be able to read Celestial. I guess if what we were working out so far was true and this is how the classes are created, written on the floor, then I suppose you might be able to work out how one of them has higher level healing that we're not capable of.
That's what I'm hoping for.
And Arena looks straight into the crystal.
If it gets really weird, I'm going to pull you out.
She nods.
Okay. I normally ask you to make a saving throw. I assume you want to fail it.
Yes, I want to fail it.
Okay. As you look into the crystal, you see depth. It doesn't seem to just be an object. It seems to be something where you can see into it, and almost like you're seeing through it. You see shifting stars. You see patterns, almost like the sky, the nicks above you, where you can see the gods and their actions. You can see information. You can see magic. You can see things that are so miraculous that they make you open your eyes and mouth wide in wonder. Roll me a D100.
Arena's eyes get wide and her mouth opens.
Yep. Roll me a D100.
Face starts melting.
Oh no!
3. Oh no, it's so low.
3.
It doesn't really matter.
It could be, low might be good. You never know. Depends on the table.
That's a good point. Low might be good. Yeah.
Usually the edges,
sorry,
the way
Mary.
low and the way high, are that's kind of what you're after usually.
Well, there's no consequences for me because I'm already dead. So it's fine.
Well, what you come back as?
You can only go up from here.
Yeah, it only gets better from dead.
I need to ask a question. So I just want all of you to just check Discord real quick. All of
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Okay.
Ascension chat or private chat?
Discord, private chats.
So what you're saying is Lich Miri. That's what I'm taking from this is Lich Miri.
Nothing like wizard levels and being dead.
And everyone's everyone's okay with this, right?
Oh, of course.
We're way past whether or not
No,
we're okay.
no, I'm no, it's not that. That's why earlier I was like, are you guys sure are you guys okay with it? If you're not, then I'm totally down with.
Wait, our
whoever
normal
got the
chat, right? I
message,
haven't
reply
missed it.
yes. Don't reveal who got the message.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Where? But
Okay.
I don't know if
In
I
which
just didn't get it or
case-
if I'm looking in the wrong place.
Discord DMs.
Oh, I guess I just
In
didn't
which
get it.
case,
Okay. Oh, I just didn't get it. Okay.
let me find the one.
I do not
need you to add
reveal.
a new effect that you have ongoing on you, along with the last thing that you had
So
happen.
consequence 2.
No, that was a special ability. You know the whole thing about lying that you got last time?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mad
the flaw.
madness.
Yeah. I need you to add being drunk keeps me sane. As you see things so frightening and wondrous, or they're almost terrifying, that the only way you can disremember them is to find solace.
Hey, the reason why I did this to begin with is because I'm convinced of my significance of my destiny and blind to my shortcomings and risks of failure.
Sounds good.
Yeah, so that's the reason why.
Also, lose all language except for Celestial, which you temporarily gain.
Oh. Do I just lose?
Temporarily, you lose all languages except for Celestial.
Oh,
Anything
just
you say
temporarily.
is Celestial.
Okay.
You think
Okay.
you're talking other languages, but you just talk Celestial. You can now read all the runes around you, although it is effectively like opening the Windows source code and being like, I can read Windows. You're reading a small part of it. The shard in front of you emanates just power, magical power, the power to create, to destroy. You see things in it that are so far beyond your understanding that it can make you afraid. It can make you seek solace in alcohol, and it could possibly do other things as well.
Okay. Arena takes a moment, and I think what you see, Perrin, is just like kind of tears coming down her eyes, because of like the things that she's seeing, and like I'm assuming that she could seeing like bad things that could potentially happen, but also good things. So it's like you're just seeing all these like facial expressions from her, and then she just takes a deep breath and in Celestial says,
All right.
and then looks around and tries to find as much as whatever she can to heal Miri.
Make me an Arcana roll.
Okay. $15.
Okay. You start fiercely obsessing, going over everything around you as you start reading, trying to find your way through all these runes. And as you start looking at these runes, each rune is more like a file, full of full of files. As you look at the rune, it seems to extend deeper into like a fourth dimension. Each rune is a complex thing made up of other runes that all seem to empower some aspect. Each rune effectively is an aspect building up, making something. You suspect these are the classes you get from the towers. That might be true. This is going to take a while. So, Gatton, you wake up. The room is empty. There is a dead wolf, there's some snow, there's a cottage. There is a door that is open, and the door you leave by, which is still closed.
It's a mood. The door they went up.
It's still open.
I mean, like, I see the way they went.
Yep, you see a circular staircase.
Do I feel any different?
You have the benefits of leveling up. You are now level 4. Your hit points are back to full, and you have an extra level of exhaustion. Your spell slots are back as well.
I realize that Gadden is not much of a student of religion in the traditional sense, but is it possible for me to make a religion check to see if I think this would just massively piss off the Raven Queen? From what I do know,
I'll be
from
honest,
having been around
that is
in here,
so far outside what even people who are experts in religion understand,
right?
That they wouldn't even know. Your guess is as good as anyone's. It is certainly considered to be a faux pas to mess with the function of the towers or to try and pervert the purpose of one of the tests, but there is a very wide margin on that.
He feels like if the stairs are still there, then at least she hasn't killed us all, so he's going to go up the stairs.
Okay.
Billy.
As you get to the top, for the first time that you recall, you see a crystal suspended in the air.
If I know
Gnomes
Gatton
high
is
off the
coming
ground.
up the stairs, then I'll stop him.
Make a perception check if you hear him in time.
He's
It's
coming
very distracting
fast, so
him.
he's... yeah. Mhm.
Nope.
4.
Around it are runes embedded into the floors and ceilings, and you can see kind of like almost past these walls into a kind of starry beyond. Make a wisdom saving throw as everything around you and the crystal in front catches your attention.
Yeah, as Gatton walks in, I'm like, Gatton, don't look at the crystal! And he's already looked at it.
That crystal.
Oh,
You can see it trying to drag your attention.
Dang,
just the
nat
sheer
20.
otherness of it seems to pull you in, but you just shudder and pull your eyes away. You see Perrin like motioning you not to look at it, holding his hand to the side, and behind Perrin is Arena. On the floor, a little bit of drool out the side of her mouth, going over all the runes, and she's got out a quill and ink, and she's actually starting to write all the way down her arm as she's ran out of paper. and she's 20 minutes or so into an hour of studying.
I walk up to her very slowly and I reach out and touch her and give her guidance.
Nice.
I don't know what's happening.
The guidance lasts for a minute, but she's already made the test. But when she makes another test, I'll say you can just guidance her again.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm like, he doesn't know. You know what I mean? So
Right,
I have no idea.
If you spend your entire hour guiding her every minute, it will count. But you can do that.
Yeah, because really him having no point of reference, she's
just
just
probably mumbling some celestial things, and you might understand one word.
You can understand celestial.
Yeah.
You can translate. Oh god, this is
no,
this is important.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can translate.
You can hear me saying stuff, but I'm assuming that you probably don't know some of the stuff I'm talking about because it's crazy mathematics shit.
I need you to roll me a d20, Maggie.
Okay.
So like, yeah, so Gaten approaches Arena and Perrin's like, once you look into the crystal, it messes
3.
with your head. You won't be able to understand her and she won't be able to understand you. And then you can just hear her talking in celestial. You know?
I'm like,
Maybe you all are doing it wrong.
Oh, look, another
He's pog
3.
champing, I think.
Oh god.
Or he's horrified, one or the other.
yep, it's time
They're
to go.
both good.
I'm like, good.
Roll me another d20.
Another d20, okay. 4. Wow, I'm got the low B's today. A 3, a 3, and a 4.
I need you to roll me a d6.
Oh.
Because you're looking at a very specific section of a very large thing.
5.
Oh god, okay. Maggie, not that you'll be able to retain all this information, but currently you are reading a list of what appears to be spells.
Ooh.
And it appears to be a spell system. It's almost like you're reading a very specific section of how something works. And what it is, it seems to be spells that are related to divine magic and that how you can access them and then change them per day. And that somehow you can manipulate the spells that you have at your disposal.
That's cool.
Is this literally the player's handbook character creation in Celestial on the floor?
Yeah.
Not
Look
entirely.
at his face.
Feeling's gone.
That's the paragraph that every spellcaster has.
Time out.
Yeah.
You rolled, firstly, for what you were looking at. A lot of that was class. You rolled at class. Then you rolled the level of the class you were looking at. And then you rolled the exact function out of that. Yes.
Did I just get lucky?
You are looking at a class that potentially can do what you want. There is a huge cost to poking things in a source code.
But how
without
lucky
knowing what
is
they do.
that? That I like actually rolled a
That's why
class
I'm
that
pog
has
champ.
what I'm looking for? Oh
It
my
sounds like you're
god.
reading Paladin or Cleric.
Paladin doesn't have
Druid.
resurrection.
Druid.
Bard, Cleric all have resurrection.
Yeah.
So there is resurrection in this list.
Which I was thinking multi-classing Bard. So if it is Bard, that'd be great. Okay.
You don't have the charisma for Bard, sadly. But
I know.
You know.
Not
okay,
that.
an hour goes
but
by.
Still,
What do you want to do?
I'm looking to resurrect her.
Okay. I need Gatton and Perrin to make me a wisdom saving throw at advantage, because you're deliberately trying not to look at it, but as you've been in here a long time, it's very easy to make a mistake.
Yeah,
Don't
it's
go
hard
mad.
to shield your eyes from a crystal if you don't know where it is. So
Oh my
occasionally you
God.
might end up like
Arena's gonna have to go through an intervention. She's gonna become an alcoholic
natural
or
20. I'm
something.
alright.
However,
Aerithus, protect me. Aerithus, protect me.
Gatton, at one point you turn around concerned about Arena as she scuttles around and you try and catch her, and as your eyes go past the crystal, they lock on. And you see into the depths of beyond. You see things, you see images. Interesting. Okay. I need you to roll me a D100.
Oh, this is for your madness.
So Translator Gatton is now also going to go mad and start speaking in only
You no longer have a translator.
Yeah, now you no longer have a translator.
This is gonna get weird, y'all.
38. Got a 38. Oh. A weird one, apparently.
Okay. You are now revolted by the astral plane.
Sorry,
Things you
streak
see-
clock.
Yeah, the things you see are disgusting and fearful on such a level that your new flaw is you are revolted by the astral plane, as if affected by the antipathy sympathy spell.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Maybe like your subconscious was looking for him, like in there.
No, that's not quite it, but close.
However, Perrin, you see Gatton takes a step back and very much draws the sword. Like, shink, as he deals with things that revolt him in one way.
Unfortunately,
Is this the astral plane?
No.
Another effect of the crystal is that you are now obsessed with everything around you, the knowledge, the secrets contained here temporarily. And you lose all your languages except for Celestial. And you're obsessed by the knowledge and stuff hidden in this room.
Do I have a chance to look for something?
You can try. I assume that means you would probably start trying to do Arcana checks, just like Arena would. Or you could assist Arena.
I mean, if assisting is an option, I do want Mary to live. So yes, if I can do something constructive.
Okay. In which case, you get to the hour mark. Maggie, you can make that roll again with advantage.
Okay.
I imagine there's a moment where I see Gatton now no longer shielding his eyes, and I'm like, Gatton, and then I just get something back in Celestial.
You notice
like,
Arena
well,
has
that's
now
just
covered
me.
herself in ink, and now she's starting to draw on Gatton.
Oh my god, 20. Yes.
20. Okay.
And Gatton's
I start
assistant helped a lot.
I start shutting my eyes for long intervals and just listening to what they're doing. In the room.
Roll me a d20, Maggie.
Okay. 13.
Okay.
Different than last time.
Okay, you're making me go through 4 books for this.
I don't know.
Roll
Good.
me.
You were making you go through 4 books for this.
Roll me a D. You already got that, so roll me a D6. Roll me a D6.
5. Again.
Okay. I need to check something real quick. You're getting close to something. It might still not work. You are literally asking for Hail Mary here.
The chat's like, soon
Hey.
there will be a stack of books around E.
Most of the runes in this room, you will realize, are kind of like a basic system for forcing magic to work in certain ways. Kind of like you create a magic object, but far more complicated.
I say that like out loud in Celestial.
Yeah, you and Gatton are talking happily.
Yeah.
Probably very fast as well.
And she's like,
This is fascinating. It's like almost like when I'm creating something. It's so much more.
and then she just like keeps moving the crystals around or the runes around and stuff.
The bit you're reading is effectively how to access certain spells. Restricted ways of magic that can make things happen through that power that is imbued via this system, effectively. You are reading something to do with a divine healer that is granted their power through a connection with a belief system. This entire system, it doesn't have spell slots because it's not a person. It's a way to access things. Even if you could use one of these spells, you wouldn't have the spell slot to power the spell. But as you look around, you start to get a grip on how this works. If you wish to spend 6 hours here, I will give you the basics without another roll. The very basics.
Oh my gosh. I think she would, right? Like that's
Okay.
I don't know how to
Perrin?
there's no other way for me to communicate that to them or to Perrin. But
yeah, I think like at a certain point, Perrin's like, it's not worth the risk, and he like steps out of the room into the stairway, just like back against the wall. Is like, I'm just gonna wait and listen.
Okay.
And if something goes wrong, I pull them out of there. If something goes right, I pull them out of there.
Okay. Bear in mind that means you won't be able to stop them if they do something wacky because they're obsessed right now.
out of character, is everyone okay with that?
I'm gonna listen. So like, if there's like the telltale rumble of they've moved the crystal and everything's on fire, then I can run in there and then probably see the crystal and join them.
The die have literally been cast. If we back out now, it's for nothing. So.
Well, it's more of like, we don't have to go for 6 hours, right? Like, we can back out.
Yeah. You're not locked into a decision.
Oh. I mean, we don't have anything to do till 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, so.
Oh my god,
like,
we're gonna be so
3 hours
excited.
in, Perrin's there, like legs crossed, just sat in the stairways, like sharpening his sword. Like, am I just here forever now? Is this just my existence?
With the assistance of Gatton, make me 6 Arcana rolls.
All right, here we go, y'all.
Does that mean an advantage or just?
Yeah, advantage.
Yeah, with advantage.
20. Oh, natty
25,
20.
natural 20. I was kind of looking for something like that.
A 9, so not so good the
9,
second time.
Yeah.
$24.
24. Okay, this is looking very promising.
14. Not bad.
14. It's
One of those was a
not
natural
good
one.
in a tower. I'm sorry. 14 is not good in a tower.
24.
20. Okay, this is looking very good for you. One more.
And I do have the ability to add an extra 17.
6 total. I've been guidancing this whole time. Don't forget.
Oh, yeah.
You've assisted rather than guidancing.
Oh, yeah.
If you were guidancing, you wouldn't be able to assist.
Okay.
So
That's
this works out
fine.
better.
I do have consequences where I could, but then it's going to give me an exhaustion. I could give myself a d6 to one of these.
Bear in mind that you could only really do it at the last one because otherwise you'd be rolling at a disadvantage for the exhaustion you take. So it's up to you.
Oh, gotcha.
But you could do it the last one. But that would then preclude you really doing much else afterwards. So it would
Yeah,
kind of
no,
lock you in.
I think we're okay. The average here is
Good.
not terrible.
I can give you 3 solid facts, and I can give you 1 that is a pretty reasonably big fact. Effectively 2 minor facts and 1 medium fact.
I used my inspiration already, you guys.
Yeah. I think the medium fact is that everything in here is powered by that crystal. The entire imbuing process is powered by that crystal. Whatever it is powerful enough to do everything in this tower. That is creating rooms, creating little demi-planes that you walk into, creating all the illusions, creating all the creatures. It's somehow able to act as all of them, manipulate events, then gift you levels and powers by writing to you somehow all of this information that is effectively like a magic item, but to you as a person. That crystal is what's powering everything.
So I can use the crystal as a power source spell slot.
Doing so would be like having a torch and being like, I don't have any batteries, but what I do have is a like mains capacitor, like a transformer at a power station. Like technically yes, but you'd be playing with something very powerful, and it might work and explode in some weird way. Like there are consequences to this. Secondly, the 2 minor facts. I will tell you that you can probably work out that one of these spells that you have narrowed down is a spell of a high-level cleric. And it might well be a way to resurrect a dead character. You got very lucky with what you were rolling. You rolled a cleric, and the second time you rolled very highly, you got a high-level spell. It doesn't mean it's going to go right. It also doesn't mean there won't be massive consequences. And the consequences could also be it kills someone else. Like, there are so many wide-ranging consequences. You're kind of asking for a resurrection in haystack. And I think I'll give you the 3rd fact. It's because you look upwards. Yes, this place is mostly divided into 13. And yes, the 13th section has been added. But as you look up, you notice a very different section. The ceiling. Very far up, so you can't even really read it. But it's very far up. Has a completely different set of runes. They're in a language that you can't read. And they are separated from the 13 sections down below.
Interesting.
How many? Is it 13 up there as well, or?
It's not quite as defined. So it's not as obvious. Not without getting closer, not without being able to possibly read them.
Is there a way to get up there?
Whoever built this place apparently didn't need a ladder. And we're talking like
It's really
100,
tall.
100, and 200 feet above you. Like, it's huge.
I don't have anything.
Important point of clarification that I don't think you said outright. The key was not destroyed by opening this door, correct?
It was not destroyed.
I rolled
It
for
shuddered,
that.
but held.
Yeah. Why? Where were you going with that? Oh, you were just asking. Okay.
Okay.
Um,
But if you wanted to,
Cool.
you could probably try jump starting a spell. It would be hugely risky, and you aren't even certain you've got the correct spell. But you have a spell that might well be it. You know that it's a high-level cleric thing.
I relay this to Gatton. And what were you going to say, Bentham?
I was just gonna say, I guess I could have taken a short rest in this time.
You can.
It might matter. Let me just roll that hit die.
I mean, if it's 6 hours, you could
11.
have taken a
Good.
long rest.
Yes. I'm
It
gonna-
might literally.
Oh,
you are
wait,
going to be
could
playing
I-
with things that are potentially high level, which means that the consequences will also be potentially high level.
Wait, could I have long rested if it's 6 hours?
No.
Okay.
This is 8.
Important point of
Get my-
clarification. Since
my
I
channel divinity back, too.
what? Yeah, I got my spell slots back. Did I get everything back? Like, did I heal? Like what's
Full
God's
health.
current state here?
Your hit
He's-
die come back.
Sure.
Everything, but the exhaustion goes, and you gain an extra level of exhaustion.
Yeah. Yep.
Every normal
He's
resource
sure
is also
renew over
refreshed.
here. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
I guess with that,
I will also probably tell you that as an artificer, you would maybe know magic items are powered kind of in a similar way to spell slots in that they have magic imbued in them. You technically, if you tried, could potentially destroy magic items to create enough magical power to jumpstart something as well, if you wanted to try and do it that way. But it's, again, unreliable. Again, you're playing with like a lower voltage, so the risk is maybe going to be different.
okay. Oof. Can we think on it?
I could allow you to think on it, or you could do a thing depending on what you want to do.
Here's the other side of it. I do think Arena wants, like, if Miri were to not want to come back, Arena would not want her to force her to. That's the other side of it.
FYI, you know that every single resurrection spell, other than necromancy, which doesn't bring them back, every resurrection spell says, "Hi, this is from the real life. I want trying to resurrect you. It's your choice to come back."
Okay.
There is nothing that forces someone to be resurrected, potentially other than wish.
Okay. That is the other side of it, is that Arena wants to ensure that. So, okay. She is
Good
under the
choice.
understanding that this will be Miri's choice to come back or not.
Unless you have rolled something weird like wish or a necromancy spell, then yes, like all normal resurrection spells are, hey, do you want to come back to life? And it tells you who is trying to resurrect you, so that it's not like, hey, an evil person's resurrecting you so they can kill you again. Genuinely, like evil people
Yeah.
have to manipulate
Yeah,
good
yeah.
clerics to resurrect people so they can then do the thing.
I relay the options that I have here to Gatton. She's a little manic when she's saying it to you, though. Which is, we either use a crystal or we could use a magic item. She's like,
I think I found a way to do it.
You also know
I found a
that
spell.
if it is a spell and there's a material cost, that material cost potentially might be taken in other ways, including destroying magical items or whatever, because you're kind of bypassing some of the normal aspects. So if you don't meet the cost as well, it will have side effects.
You've come this far.
Alternatively, you
Don't
could just whack the crystal.
No.
I mean, getting super was about to be like, it's stupid. Oh.
Fancy runes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Oh, that's celestial wisdom. He just looks at you and he's like,
You've come this far. To stop now is to have angered the gods for nothing. Besides, you don't ever weigh the potentiality of failure.
Arena smiles and she looks back at the crystal. The crystal's her best chance. It has the most power. It's the least problematic option in regards to, like, she doesn't have enough, like, she I think Perrin sees Arena kind of like pulling out all the items that she has on her and like looking at the value of them and being like, it's not enough.
Peering in like, what are they doing? Why are they getting all the magic items out?
It's just, she knows that the value of those is just not enough for the life.
Where did we? Perrin took the ring, right?
Yes.
I do have the ring of, like, if you keep piling out magical items, I'll be like, invisible ring.
It's not very powerful, but sure.
No, I'm not using it. Do you need it?
If you want to try and jumpstart a spell, you're going to need to somehow create a magical link between the two.
Okay.
The easiest way would be to literally just hold on to the crystal and cast a spell. Doesn't matter the spell, provided it's a spell slot.
Oh god.
That rune. It won't affect the rune, probably, but it will cause a link, and that will effectively channel something.
Arena, like, I think there was a chair with a desk, right? In this room?
No.
Oh, I think that last time there was. I'll have Gatton kind of help me move the body over to like to that rune, and then she'll go up to the crystal and be like, basically, in the middle of the two of them.
Do you have a spell slot?
I have one spell slot.
Okay. Do you have any ranged spell that uses the spell slot?
Yeah, you have
multiple.
a bolt, don't you?
You mean shock and grasp, or?
I know, shock and grasp is touch. I thought you had a bolt.
Yeah. Do you have any ranged spell?
Like frostbolt.
Yeah, I have like catapult and
Catapult. That would work. You could literally try and catapult the rune. It wouldn't do anything, but it would cause a link. Yeah, you can do it. Where is Gatton when this is happening?
probably tell you to back
Or something I thought you had. I was about to say, yeah, if it's, yeah, I place Miri wherever I think is safe and, you know, move back a little so I'm not in the way. I will say, though, just because he is what he is, like, no, I'm going to leave the sword sheathed, actually.
When I hear the scraping of ice on the floor, I'm definitely going to start paying more attention. Also, I imagine that at some point in these 6 hours, I've started writing notes on the experience. Probably in Elvish, just to be safe, especially the bit about hacking into the tower.
Okay, questions very specific for Gatton and Perrin. Are you in the doorway looking in, or are you behind the door like this could be an explosion? Like, what are you doing? I need to know.
I'm probably peering around the edge of the doorway, shielding my eyes from the crystal, but watching what's happening to the body.
Okay, that is exposed.
Understanding that Gatton knows what is happening, I think honestly he would lean down in one of the very rare times, kiss Arena on the head, and then go out in the hallway, because this is gonna be what it is.
Does Gatton like take cover as well, like completely out of sight?
Oh yeah, no, I realized like this is gonna
Perrin
go where it
looks
goes,
between,
so he's
like-
like actively trying to
Perrin
take
looks between
cover.
what he can see and Gatton like, what is? Oh god, and like gets into cover.
Like I do like push him back against. I tell him in Celestial, completely unaware that he can't understand me. I'm like,
all right, whatever that is, okay, I'll stay here.
Yeah.
And I will
Also,
put. Okay, go ahead.
As Gatton, you spent your time around the crystal. There are certain things, including a very powerful enchantment in your head, that is gonna be very heavily stripped away by just exposure to sheer magical radiation. So that's a thing, and I want you to make me just like 3 rolls, one of which is going to be an intelligence save, one of which is going to be a charisma save, one of which is going to be a wisdom save.
I also love that this is Dave's first time being in this room too, because Bentham and I have been here before. And last time when Bentham was here, we were like nerding out so hard.
Yeah, this time Perrin's like, not again.
Intelligence,
Charisma, and wisdom save.
let's just go down the list. Let's just run it.
Oh no, a 3 for the
Those are bad.
intelligence, 9 wisdom, 10 charisma.
No extra information I'll offer you this time. Sorry. Okay, so Arena. You get
And I will
ready
put
with
this
your
out there
spell.
that Arena would be willing to give her life for Miri's life.
Okay. If an option to trade comes up, I will ask you, but there are certain things here that will not be optional.
Okay.
You prepare that catapult spell at that rune. You prepare to touch and hold the crystal.
She takes a deep breath.
Describe this to me until you want to do the thing, and then tell me what you do, and then we'll start working things out. Because this is potentially, this could be your last moments as a character.
Yeah.
So I want you to have the rolls here and choose.
I think
what you...
when Gatton gives her the kiss on the head, Arena says in Celestial that she, like, I love you too. To make it clear. And yeah, she just puts her hand near the crystal, puts her hand like kind of like pointing towards the rune, and looks at Miri, takes a deep breath, and looks back up at the ceiling. It says a prayer to the Raven Queen, and at the end of it says,
You wouldn't have given me all of this. You didn't want me to use. For good.
and she does it.
Roll me 1d100.
The Raven Queen. Good is strong.
Yeah, but
She didn't want me to use
she's
it.
misunderstood.
Yes.
Come on. Oh my god, a 7. I'm so worried whenever it's like really low. I'm like, you come back as a frog. No, I'm just kidding.
Awesome.
That sounds great. I want to be a frog.
Pseudo dragon.
Actual dragon.
Actual dragon.
This is potentially...
But like lame one.
Everyone's like, I have to be so bad.
Okay.
We're playing the game on
also
hard.
roll me a d6.
What is this?
Why is there a D6?
I don't know.
6.
6.
Holy fuck. Okay.
What is
Okay.
happening?
What does that mean?
Okay.
Come on, Eve, fill us in.
The suspension!
I need to check something.
We're gonna
If
find
you
out.
Just,
It's just
Did I just make a god?
done-
Or
no,
resurrect-
but
Just
you're
kidding.
gonna... Okay.
this tower's screwed. We're gonna come bursting out of the door. Maybe not all of us, and it's gonna collapse behind us.
Hard mode. All right, here we go. This tower just became a rocket, like the Spelljammer game from now on. Just
Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah.
go to. Oh, that'd be
I'd be down for
amazing.
that.
Turn
That
of
sounds
events.
great.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
The world flashes to white. Our adventurers are in the hallway, ready to go into the tower. They've got to do 2 towers in a day, so this is going to be a quick run. They've got Miri at their side. Arena, you've done all this before.
What?
That's where we end today's episode.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
I barely understand what this means, but yes.
Are we gonna get to do the tower again next
We're
week?
gonna have to run the exact same tower.
But we're gonna know how to do it.
That's awesome.
That's amazing. That's so cool.
So lucky.
That's so cool. Okay, I'm kind of really glad I did it now because that's freaking cool.
I will be honest, there's a lot of options that could have straight up killed you and probably killed everyone else in the party. But you... That's it. You're gonna run the same tower. You can speedrun it. You can like,
Yeah, well,
be
like,
optimal.
all right, guys. So these desks, they're gonna try and kill us. Except that one. That one's got that key. That one's got that key. And here, you put them in that order. Let's
Yeah.
go. It'd be really awkward if we do it again, but this time get wrecked.
Oh my god, does anyone else remember other than just me?
Only you remember. Because only you were conscious in the room. It only applies to anyone in the room, and only you were conscious in the room.
Oh my god. Arena comes up to you, Mary, and just hugs you like the biggest hug that you've ever had in your life.
Mary, you've only just met these people. You gotta go to tower them.
It's like, all right, are we ready? And then, oh, okay, before a tower hug, sure.
She's like real awkward, but then hugs you back a little bit, like, okay.
She's just like,
Sure.
Miri, you're alive.
Yeah, I would hope so.
and she just like hugs you like tighter, if you're okay with it.
That's, you squeeze the other note.
Talking about?
She runs over to Gatton and like hugs his knee.
As everyone is looking at Arena, note that she
Are
is
you
covered in
up?
blood. There is extra like claw marks in all her clothes. You come back in the state you were in, carrying everything you were carrying.
I double take. Wait, what the fuck?
All right. I thought we only forgot on the way out, not on the way in.
And then
Presumably, I did not get marked.
No, it undid everything except for the person who was conscious in the room and what she's carrying in her current state. So, like, it's completely undone that.
so I have the weapon.
You have the icicle on you. Yeah.
Oh my god. Crazy. Okay. And then
Now get it again, dual wheels.
I finally go and I hug Perrin, and this time she like pulls him down and she whispers
is
in his
going on? What
she whispers
happened?
in his ear and she's like,
I've done this all before.
What does that mean? What is going on? Hang on. Whoa, we can't go in. Wait a minute.
We have to. This is our appointed time.
What's happened? Arena, what did you do? Arena, what did you do?
Arena smiles and walks through the door.
Arena. Oh
I
god.
imagine Arena's like, so there's going to be 6 desks, 4 desks, and they're
Right, when
all
we
going
get
to
to
be
the
mimics,
next-
and you open the door, and there's 4 desks there.
When we get into the next room, yeah, she's like just explains it all.
I think there's honestly, as a GM, I'm gonna say it's not gonna be fun to run the same thing
Yeah.
again.
Are we
So,
really
and run the
going
same
to run
combat.
the same thing again?
We were going to, like, but honestly, running the same combats won't be interesting. The RP might be interesting. So I think next session will literally open with you narrating succeeding the tower, because you did succeed the tower technically. And you're gonna come out the tower on the other side, and we'll just run it as a narration.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
And you know what's funny? They would think we're like the biggest stone pimps in the world if we came in like 20. We're like,
I don't know what the problem was about the Ravens Tower.
Yeah.
It's the arena as a master tactician.
Yeah.
You can pick, because you got the gold key from 2 places, you can pick 2 more items from the gold room, or you can duplicate 2 items. You can pick. Let me know now, and I'll give you the items so you know what they are.
Should we
I'd
do
say the
another
spread.
ring? Should we do
No.
another healing
We
ring?
don't know what the ring
we don't
does
know.
yet.
We don't know what it actually does. Although the frost fingers, I wasn't too impressed. I'd say a crystal and another healing ring. Personally, that's my vote. If we get 2 more, another healing ring.
Sure,
and a
yeah,
crystal.
done. Yeah, whatever. That's great. I
Yeah, I
like
want to
it.
know what that crystal thing is, so I'm down.
Okay, so you don't get another healing ring because you didn't have the original one because Perrin had it and that got
Oh,
reverted. But
Perrin
you do now
had
have
it,
the
you're
ring
right.
again.
Right.
So you now have the ring, the crystal, and the icicle. I'll let you know now. The ring is a healing ring. I can't remember the exact name. I'll pull it up now. You've thrown a lot of weird curveballs today. It's called a Ring of Healer's Heroism. Anytime you heal people, it gives you temporary HP.
Oh, I should have
pretty
that
useful.
then, probably. Or
The
anyone who heals, I guess, which is all of
crystal
us.
is a psi crystal. It gives you telepathy based on your int score, and it gives you it emanates light as well based on your int score.
That's
So
what
it's
you
a source
need.
of light.
Yeah, that makes
Yeah,
sense for
I
me.
think Perrin needs the ring.
Yeah,
'cause
Perrin
he's,
take the ring.
He had laying on hands and all that business.
I mean, it also
know-
emanates light, so maybe a character who doesn't have dark. Yeah, it's not that much light. Actually, ignore that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The annoying
so-
thing is that I nearly handed over every magical item in my possession when Arena was laying out all
Yeah.
of hers. I'm like, oh, she needs magical items. Here you go,
you would
everything
have
I've got.
duped every item on. That would have been a dupe glitch, and I'd have been like, "Oh, this is weird." But fair enough. If you created so many extra magical powers in the world that might have drawn attention, you kind of got away with it.
The ghost would have been, hang on a minute.
Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna go to an after show. That was weird. I was straight up happy that you knew what you're doing. I was potentially ready to kill you. You got,
and I was
lucky.
okay with that. Yeah.
Okay.
And I wanted to make it clear that if a life had to be given for Mary, it should be Arena's and not someone else's.
Yeah.
Playing the game on hard mode.
Yeah. Also,
Okay.
I think that'd be an amazing story for her. So I think either way, I legit cried. I was like, "You have to let me go," because I think I'll talk about the after show, but yeah, that's after show material. I'm sweating.
So, we're gonna do after show stuff. Thank you today for being today's supporter, Mizilla. That's the thing. Arena,
hope
you
you
still have
liked
your
it.
floor. Gatton's floor is removed because it's now past Gatton. Yeah, it's all kinds
Also,
of weird.
no exhaustion. Hey!
That's true.
I got my health potion back.
Yeah. Hey!
Oh, do we get our?
The rope's okay. We're
The
good.
rope-
Oh,
okay,
I'm the
yeah.
only one who doesn't have all that.
Yep.
Right. So my potion's still gone, but you guys get all your stuff and your rope's back. Yeah, that's true.
Also, Arena's very injured going into this time, but you have like perfect knowledge of
Injured, and I
everything,
have
so-
no spell slots because I had to use my last spell slot, right?
Yeah, but you have perfect knowledge, so yeah. Right. What else do we have to do? I guess where you can find people. Maggie, where can people find you?
Hi. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places because I'm Margaret Crone. I do lots of stuff on the internet, and I'm also here on Roll For It on Sundays. If you would like to come check out our Warhammer 40k game, Only War, it's super, super fun. And I also make tabletop games, and I also make video games for a living, and you can check out the game that I currently work on, which is called Ashes of Creation. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. If you enjoy this, come check out all the other cool stuff that I'm doing.
Benson, what about you?
I have a YouTube channel. It's called Magleport Gaming for bad reasons, and sometimes I play games on there like Factorio with multiplayer gubbins, but at the moment there's not much there because I've nearly finished actually refurbishing the house I've been working on for the past 9-10 months now. I don't know anymore. It's nearly there. This time next week it should be carpeted. It's happening. That's all I'm up to,
Okay.
really.
Dave.
Be Dave Walters. I say words about things. Somewhere doing something 7 days a week. Just follow me on Twitter. Apparently, on occasion, I do things twice. So yeah, that's just like.
An elf, our illustrious guest, who is apparently still alive.
I've played about 2 hours of D&D out of the 2 episodes I've been on so far.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. But you can find me at twitch.tv/distractedelf or on Twitter at distractedelf.
Hope you had fun.
Oh, of course.
We still have Elf for one more episode.
That was what you call a joke.
Oh God.
And what about you, E?
YouTube and Twitch. Yeah, that's the thing, right?
Tips.
Okay. Tips. Good look at tips.
He's like, I'm exhausted now. He's done.
There were so many chances that you would die. Seriously.
I was ready.
Chat, I think it still depends on what happens at the end of this next tower run to find out if Arena remembers all or none of this entire ordeal.
Oh yeah.
Just start writing it down now while it's still.
Oh yeah, it's
in your
like
mind.
seeing
because
as
that
I'm
was
gonna
already-
do
It's
this,
written
we
all
can
over
chronicle
me.
everything.
There's writing
Oh,
all
yeah.
over my
Oh,
body,
God,
actually.
You're also covered in like scrolls of Celestial. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which Gatton can read.
kind of.
Yeah. The problem is it's like code, so like you can read like the functions, but you'll not understand necessarily what the functions mean.
Yeah, and I showed you the book before that I had written a bunch of stuff in.
Okay, so to put a voice onto this.
Finley Shards, $50. Absolutely amazing. Edge of the seat, an exciting episode. Amazing to see the levels the group will go to in order to save one of their allies. Fantastic handling of this, EE. Looking forward to the long-term impacts of these actions. Oh my god, they're going to be impacts. You fucked with a tower twice now, and this is a pretty major action, so yeah. This is the thing.
Is this still the message, or is this you?
No, that last bit was just me, but oh god, yeah. Finley, thank you very much, Finley Shards.
Thank you, Finley.
Great, thank you. God. Oh my, yeah. Mm-hmm. Right.
Does anyone have any alcohol? Because Arena could use some.
Also, this only resets time in the tower. So when you leave, people are going to be like, why were you in there for 8 hours?
Have we missed the next slot? Have we used up?
No. We went in at like 4 in the morning on one day and had to be back at 5 in the morning the next day.
You've used other people's slots.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so we didn't speed run. We slow boated it. Great.
Great. There was a room. It was a mountain slope, and it was like hours, days to climb up that mountain.
If we remember that.
Well, we don't. Only you do. Oh yeah. Are you going?
Well, we don't.
Imagine if we come out and none of us know. They're like, "What took you so long?" It's like
we should pretend anyway. Like, just be like, "I don't know what happened. No idea whatsoever."
Both Perrin and Arena have the flaw, like they have to exaggerate. So both of you would be like, "Oh, we are just so awesome. We speedran it and killed everything. It was great."
Oh yeah, I still have the flaw, so I still have the madness. Yep. All right, well, we'll see you all next week to find out what happens. And if you are interested in the after show, it's going to be a doozy. So come check that out on our Patreon. We'll be putting that out this week as well. So stay tuned for all of that jazz. And if you just tuned in towards the end here, if you're a subscriber, you will be able to see the video right away. And if you are not, we will have it up for free on our YouTube channel tomorrow morning. Toodles.